Chapter 100. Since Prince Rong had said so, he should have the intention to return the treasured sabers to him. Thinking of this, his eyes unconsciously revealed a fervent look. Prince Rong thought to himself, "Boy, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. You want to follow me? You are still too young. I don't believe that there is nothing that can attract you. It's not hard to get these sabers back. You only need to do one thing for the Rong family, then I'll give them all back to you. I can even lend them to you for the time being when you're doing that thing for the Rong family. Based on your experience, it's not difficult to do this. Are you willing to do it?" Nian Bing thought for a moment. Although he was eager to get the treasured sabers back, he didn't panic. It's not a big deal to do one thing for you at the cost of the treasured sabers. However, it can't be against morality or against my will. Tell me what you want first, and I will decide whether to do it or not. Prince Rong smiled indifferently and said, "It's very simple. I want you to take the place of Rong Bingyuan and participate in the competition in a month. Use your mimicry magic. When you participate in the competition, you have to represent the Rong family." Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment, then said resolutely, "No, absolutely not. I can't agree to this." Prince Rong frowned and said, "Don't you want your treasured sabers back? You should know that although I have promised to let you go, treasures of that level are hard to come by." Nian Bing said, "It's not that I don't want them back, but I can't represent the Rong family in this competition, because I am a participant of this competition." Prince Rong was shocked. "What? You are a participant? Which country are you representing?" Nian Bing looked up at him and said slowly, "I am representing the Ice Moon Empire. Of course, I can't represent the Ice God Tower. Instead, it's the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild, which is always at the bottom of the list." As he spoke, he took out his number 10 tag from his space ring and placed it on the desk in front of Prince Rong. Then continued, "My second master is the president of the Ice Water Empire's Magic Guild, Wind Archmage. I owe him a debt of gratitude. I am an elder of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Union." Looking at the number plate on the desk, Prince Rong suddenly smiled. Looking at his smile, Nian Bing's heart was filled with a strange feeling. When she was young, she really wanted to see her grandfather's smile. However, all of her childhood memories were not as much as what she saw today. Unfortunately, in her heart, he was no longer her grandfather. Prince Rong said, "I can't deny that you're very smart. If I'm not mistaken, you want to use the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Union to deal with the Ice God Tower? This time, you came to participate in the competition to deal a blow to the Ice God Tower's arrogance, right? But are you sure you can win against the representative of the Ice God Tower?" Nian Bing's heart shook. As expected of the Huarong Empire's #1 imperial teacher, he was able to see so many things from this small number plate. Although he was shocked, he didn't show it on his face. He said indifferently, "There are some things in life that one can't lose. Even if the representative of the Ice God Tower is strong, I don't believe that she can reach the realm of Archmage at the age of 25. You've seen my mimic magic. As long as the opponent is an Archmage, I have a chance to win with my skills. If I can't win, I don't know if you've heard of a forbidden spell that costs you to curse yourself." "What?" Nian Bing's first words didn't surprise Prince Rong, but her last words made Prince Rong stand up from his seat. "You learned the life curse? Where did you learn it from?" Prince Rong couldn't be more familiar with the life curse. It was a forbidden spell that was used to put one's life on the line. In the past, he had a friend who knew this spell from somewhere. In a crisis, that friend used the life curse to burn his own life to save Prince Rong. Therefore, he was very attached to this curse. Nian Bing said calmly, "I'm sorry, Prince Rong. I can't tell you this. You just need to know that I know this spell. I'm determined to win this competition." Prince Rong sighed and looked at Nian Bing with sparkling eyes. This grandson of his had brought him too much shock. "Tian you went, but you brought back such an outstanding grandson. Are you blaming me? Maybe Nianbing is right. I was too stubborn and self-opinionated. I only thought about myself and my family. I didn't think about your feelings. A person's personality would change with age. If it were 10 years ago, Prince Rong would have locked Nianbing up. However, it was different now. He was already old. He was already in his 80s, and he had changed from liking peace to liking liveliness. In particular, he valued his family much more than before. Looking at the handsome and tall grandson in front of him who refused to acknowledge him, and his son who had almost passed away, his heart softened. There was a flash of light, and the unsweet-looking prince used some kind of spatial magic item to summon a 6-colored light on his desk. The entire study room was instantly filled with a layer of treasure aura. It was Nianbing's 6 magic sabers. Perhaps the manufacturer had sensed Nianbing's aura, as the 6 divine sabers were vibrating at the same time. The proud heaven saber even let out a faint humming sound. Nianbing couldn't hide the excitement in his heart when he saw the 6 sabers. His gaze landed on the light of the sabers, as if he was looking at his best friends. Take them. No matter if you admit it or not, you are my grandson. You or Rongbing will be the final champion. You will help me embarrass the Ice God Tower. However, if you don't want to get into trouble, think of a way to change your appearance after you leave here. Prince Rong's gaze softened as he looked at Nianbing, waiting for him to take his things. Nianbing looked at Prince Rong in a daze. She never thought that she would be able to take back the 6 swords so easily. Her eyes flashed, and finally, the temptation of the treasured swords dispelled the doubts in her heart. She put the 6 swords into her spatial ring one by one. Prince Rong, I have to go. Prince Rong nodded and said, You can go. You are wearing Rongbing's clothes now. With your similar appearance, no one will stop you. I think we will meet again soon. Taking a deep breath, she looked deeply into Prince Rong's deep eyes. Nianbing found that the hatred in her heart had faded a little. She couldn't help but think to herself, was this the feeling of blood being thicker than water? Even if she hated him, even if he had done many wrong things to her and her father in the past, he was still her grandfather. Now, Nianbing understood why her father didn't resist when facing Prince Rong. Without saluting, she turned and walked towards the door. When she opened the door to the study, her footsteps stopped. If I avenge my parents, perhaps I will return to this home. Nianbing's figure disappeared. Prince Rong sat back in his chair as if he had suddenly aged a few years. His deep eyes became blank, and his hands trembled slightly. Tian, are you really dead? Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. You're my son, after all. It seems that I will have to spend the rest of my remaining years in the midst of battle. Seeing Nianbing again, knowing that his son was dead, Prince Rong had already made a decision. Raising his head, he looked towards the distant north. Wait for me. We will have a chance to meet again. Not long after Nianbing walked out of the room, she met Rongbing, who was anxiously waiting. When Rongbing saw that Nianbing was unharmed, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. How was it? Did grandfather make things difficult for you? Nianbing shook her head and said no, and he even returned my knife to me. Brother, there is something I have to tell you. I will also be participating in the new Star Magician competition in a month. Rongbing didn't care and said, That's good. Since grandfather chose to let you participate, it means that your strength is above mine. Nianbing, it seems that you haven't wasted these years. No, brother, you misunderstood. Although I will be participating, I will not be representing the Huarong Empire. I will be representing the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. Maybe we will meet in the competition. Rongbing frowned and said, You will be representing the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild? It doesn't matter. Even if we meet in the competition, it won't be a big deal. Nianbing grabbed Rongbing's shoulder. Brother, promise me that if we meet in the competition, you won't go easy on me, okay? Rongbing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. Don't worry, I won't go easy on you. But I hope that we won't meet too early. That way, we can get rid of more obstacles, right? Nian Bing clearly didn't expect Rongbing to be so unconcerned about the competition. Brother, if I win in the end, will you blame me if I win? Rongbing laughed and said, Do you think I am that kind of person? The championship is won by one's ability. If you win the championship, it only means that you have the ability. I will only be happy for you. Then I will be leaving. Prince Rong didn't make things difficult for me. Do you remember the address I gave you? If you need anything, you can find me there. There was no need for her to stay. Rongbing nodded and said with a smile, Then I won't see you out. You can leave the same way you came in. It seems that I will have to hide for a while before appearing again. Nian Bing smiled and said, That's right. We really look alike. But, big brother, you seem to have a lot of romantic debts. On the first day I arrived in Dutian City, I was mistaken by 2 of your close female friends. In the future, if the sisters-in-law mistook me for you, it will be troublesome. Listening to Nian Bing's teasing, Rongbing couldn't help but blush. Don't talk nonsense. I am not married yet. How can you have sisters-in-law? How can I have so many close female friends? Who did you meet? Nian Bing said, One is Brother May's younger sister, and the other is called Enoch. Thanks to you, Miss Enoch also gave me a very useful magic item. She even paid for it for me. Brother, if you see her next time, you have to thank her. Rongbing smiled bitterly and said, So you are talking about the 2 of them, Miss May, and I don't have anything going on. It's just that she keeps pestering me. Her brother only knows how to add fuel to the fire. Nian Bing's eyes moved and smiled. Then you are saying that Miss Enoch has something going on with you? Rongbing sighed softly and said, It's just a political marriage. Her full name is Enoch Hua. She is the current Emperor Hua Tian's most beloved granddaughter. We have been engaged since we were young. In another 2 years we will be married. Luckily, my luck is not bad. Enoch does not have the arrogance of the imperial family. However, you can even fool her. It seems that the 2 of us are really alike. Nian Bing smiled and said, Now I am relieved. It's not a big deal to receive a gift from my sisters-in-law. When you get married, I will definitely give you a big gift. All right, you just escaped from grandfather's place, and you are already smiling. Hurry up and leave. It won't be good if we meet other people. Rongbing said with a smile. Nian Bing sighed softly and said, Brother, do you know? I haven't been so relaxed for a long time. It feels good to be with you. Before, I had to rely on myself for everything. Now that I have seen you, at least I have believers in my heart. I don't have to wear a mask anymore. Brother, I am leaving. Take care. Nian Bing squeezed his brother's shoulder and turned to leave. When he returned to the inn, it was already afternoon. Nian Bing's neck was already drumming. He didn't feel it before because he was nervous, but now that he was relaxed, the feeling of hunger kept attacking him. He only recovered 30% of his mental strength, making him feel very tired. He was too lazy to go out and eat, so he casually ordered some food in the inn. Hearing these ordinary food, he couldn't help but miss his cooking skills. Recently, he had been busy practicing magic and felt that he owed his stomach a lot. After this competition, he must make a good meal to comfort himself and let his brother have a taste of his cooking. After the meal, meditation took up most of Nian Bing's time. When he woke up from meditation, his magical power and mental strength had been fully recovered. The feeling of magic being fully recovered was really good. Nian Bing didn't continue to meditate and took out the magic notes that Rongbing gave him from the space ring to read. Although the 2 of them walked different paths of cultivation, Rongbing was still a magic shooter after all. From his notes, Nian Bing saw a lot of Rongbing's understanding of fire magic. These detailed annotations were much better than the magic books. Soon, Nian Bing was engrossed in reading. Just like when he was in the library, he was fully immersed in the knowledge of magic. However, This situation didn't last for too long because there was a knock on the door. Nianbing, are you there? Rongbing's familiar voice came from outside the door, waking Nianbing from his reading. He hurriedly jumped off the bed and walked a few steps to the door to welcome Rongbing in. Brother, why are you here? The new magician competition is about to begin. Don't you need to practice more? Nianbing looked at her brother with some surprise. Rongbing smiled and said, The effect of last-minute practice is limited after all. I have confidence in myself. Take a look at what this is. As he spoke, he took out a book and handed it to Nianbing. To be precise, it wasn't a real book, but a stack of paper threaded with thread. Nianbing took a look and saw a few big words on the first page. Complete collection of ancient magic arrays and annotations. When he opened it again, he saw that the handwriting on the paper was still fresh. This was obviously a copy of a book. Looking up, Nianbing saw that Rongbing's eyes were bloodshot. Without asking, she knew what her brother had done. Nianbing's eyes were moist. Brother, Rongbing smiled and said, Take a look and see if you can use it. You must be better than me in magic arrays. I fainted when I saw those complicated symbols. You have to work harder. I think this book should be enough for you to study for a while. I copied it from more than a dozen books on magic arrays. They are all extremely complicated ancient magic arrays. The annotations were left behind by a few grandfathers in the past. The explanations are very detailed. It should be very useful to you. Nianbing held the paper tightly in her hand. This was the result of Rongbing's sleepless night. 12 years had passed, but her brother hadn't changed. He was still as good to her as before. All right, we're brothers. If you say anything grateful, don't blame me for falling out with you. You're finally back. Let's go. I'll take you out to taste the delicacies of our capital. Magic research isn't urgent. It's not good to be too tired. As he spoke, he pulled Nianbing and walked out. That's right. There was no need for thanks between brothers. Some things were better done with actions than with words. Nianbing carefully put the stack of paper and the notebook into her spatial ring. Then she followed Rongbing out of the inn. Before leaving the inn, Nianbing used her newly obtained brooch to change her appearance and hair. Her hair turned black. Under the effect of the brooch, there were some subtle changes to his face. His facial features only changed a little, but when added together, he was completely different from before. He was still a handsome young man, but he no longer resembled Rongbing. Brother, you've worked hard for a night. You don't have to entertain me. Go back and rest. Maintaining good mental strength is a must for a magician. Nianbing saw a trace of fatigue in Rongbing's eyes. She couldn't bear it. It was all because of her. Rongbing smiled and said, All right, even if you don't eat, I'll eat. You know that I've worked hard for a night. How can I not properly reward myself? It's almost noon. After lunch, I'll go back and meditate. Since he had already said so, Nianbing couldn't reject Rongbing's kindness. The two of them took large strides and walked towards the most prosperous center of the capital city. As they walked, Rongbing explained the surrounding buildings to Nianbing. He was like a guide, other than the occasional tiredness in his eyes. It was hard to tell that he hadn't slept at all. Look, our destination is in front of us. This restaurant is rather famous. Although it's not big, their food is definitely top-notch and cheap. I've always been picky, but I'm a regular here. Even Grandpa Lian often gets his servants to buy food from here. Rongbing pointed to a shop not far away as he spoke. Nianbing looked over and saw that not far away there was a two-story shop that was as crowded as a marketplace. There was actually a long queue outside, and there were 2 large golden words on the signboard above the shop. Extremely fresh. When he saw this, he couldn't help but smile and say, This shop is really arrogant. What do they do? Seafood? Rongbing shook his head and said, Of course not. Seafood can be found everywhere, but this place is unique. Let's go, I won't lie to you. You'll know once you try it. As he spoke, Rong Bing pulled Nian Bing around the long line and arrived in front of the shop. The waiter, who was in charge of maintaining order at the entrance, immediately came up to them when he saw them. "Young prince, you're here. Let's go to the same place." In front of outsiders, Rong Bing didn't smile warmly at Nian Bing. His face was covered with a layer of ice. He didn't even bother to speak and only nodded. The waiter seemed to be used to him being like this, and quickly led the two into extremely fresh. Someone in the long line at the entrance said in surprise, "Didn't they say that there was no room inside? Why did they go in?" Another person disdainfully said, "Little guy, you must be new. You don't even know Prince Rong's young prince. Prince Rong's family serves the country and the people. If they refuse to eat, we won't let them. You won't starve to death if you eat a little later." Although the latter person's words were very rude, the person who spoke first didn't even dare to fart. He quickly lowered his head and obediently continued to line up. Nian Bing and Rong Bing walked into extremely fresh. As soon as they walked in, a strong medicinal fragrance hit them in the face. Nian Bing's nose twitched, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise from this mixed fragrance. He actually couldn't tell what the ingredients were. The reason was simple. It was because there were too many ingredients in this mixed fragrance. It wasn't something that could be determined in a short period of time. This hotel was very special. Every table was separated by bamboo curtains. They could only vaguely see that there were people inside, but they couldn't see clearly. The waiter led Nian Bing and Rong Bing to the innermost table on the first floor by the window. When they jumped over the other tables, they could see through the bamboo curtains that there were already people inside. Only this table was empty. This location was very good. As long as they lifted the bamboo curtains, they could clearly see everything on the street. Although there were many people in the restaurant, it wasn't noisy. Rong Bing smiled and said, "It's just the two of us. Let's sit here. Although it's not a single room, I like the fresh air here. The private rooms on the second floor can seat more than 10 people. We don't need one." Hearing Rong Bing's simple words, Nian Bing couldn't help but have a better understanding of this older brother of hers. With his identity as a little prince, it wasn't a big deal for him to leave a private room for many years. But he only left a small table. This kind of simple style was what Nian Bing liked. Rong Bing raised his head and said to the waiter, "It's the same as usual. But today I want 8 more sets of ingredients. You can choose. I want the best." The waiter agreed and turned to leave. After a while, a large clay pot was brought out. In front of the clay pot was a square iron box. It was unknown what was inside. The waiter skillfully opened one side of the square box. He took out a lighter and lit it. Immediately, with a puff, flames came out of the box and roasted the bottom of the clay pot. Nian Bing looked at the small iron box in shock. She didn't understand how it was done. Rong Bing saw the doubt in her heart. He smiled and said, "This is the first method of this restaurant. The method is actually very simple, but the cost is very high. So, don't think that this restaurant is small. In fact, the food here is more expensive than the restaurants outside. Do you know what's inside this iron box? It's a high degree of strong liquor. It hasn't been blended in any way. If it's ignited with fire, it will naturally become the best heating material. Its biggest characteristic is that it doesn't smoke." Liquor. Hearing this word, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. As a top chef, he couldn't help but think of a lot of things. It wasn't just heating. At the same time, he could also think of many cooking methods. If the rich liquor was used in the dishes, as long as it was used properly, it would definitely have a very good effect. When Nian Bing was thinking about his cooking skills, the waiter opened the lid of the clay pot and turned to walk out. The rich aroma attracted Nian Bing to look at the pot. He was surprised to find that it was actually a pot of porridge. Under the heat of the fire, dense bubbles were rolling. The aroma was coming from the porridge. Nian Bing sniffed and couldn't help but praise, "Good porridge." Although the surface is plain porridge, there's thick juice made from old hens. In addition, There are some specially selected herbs ground into powder. Let me think, there should be wolfberry, panax, noto ginseng. And there are one or two things that I can't smell. This time it was Rongbing's turn to be surprised. Brother, have you come here to eat before? How come you know more than me? After eating so many times, I still don't know what's in his porridge. Nian Bing smiled and said, Brother, your brother is not only a magician, but also a chef. If there's a chance, I'll let you taste my cooking. While they were talking, the waiter came up again. There were 8 dishes of ingredients on the large tray in his hand. There were 4 kinds of vegetables and 4 kinds of meat. The vegetables were chrysanthemum flower, rape, lettuce, and water spinach. The 4 kinds of meat were beef, mutton, chicken, and pork. Whether it was the vegetables or the meat, they were all raw and didn't go through any processing. Seeing this scene, Nian Bing couldn't help but be surprised. Don't tell me it's porridge! Rong Bing picked up the plate of chrysanthemum flour and put it into the porridge and said with a smile, Yes, it's porridge. The porridge itself is very good. Every time you add a new ingredient, the taste will change. It's absolutely delicious. Moreover, the nutritional value is also very high. While speaking, he used a spoon to stir the pot so that the chrysanthemum flour and the porridge fully merged together. This was the first time Nian Bing saw this kind of novel eating method, so he couldn't help but be very interested. The chrysanthemum flour was very easy to cook. When it was hot, it shrank. Rong Bing put a bowl in front of him. At the same time, he also put a bowl for himself. Then he put a plate of pork. Quickly taste it. Didn't you say you're a chef? How about you taste the delicious porridge? The delicious porridge and vegetables changed the taste. Ling Yanbing was pleasantly surprised. These days, it was the first time he ate such delicious food. After a while, a bowl of delicious porridge was already in his stomach. Rong Bing continued to put plates of ingredients into the pot. Just as he said, every time he added a new ingredient, the taste of the porridge would change. When the porridge in the pot was reduced to a certain level, the waiter would add the prepared porridge. After the first 8 plates of ingredients were eaten, there were 8 plates of various kinds of seafood, such as shrimp, squid, crab meat, and so on. The taste changed more frequently. Nian Bing and Rong Bing were both hot-blooded youths. The 2 of them had a big appetite. They ate 3 pots of porridge and 16 plates of ingredients before they stopped in satisfaction. Brother, this is really a good place. Seeing this cooking method has inspired me a lot. It's really worthy of being called the 100-flavor porridge. Nian Bing looked at the empty pot in front of him in admiration. At this time, the liquor in the iron box below had been burned out. The waiter brought a plate of fruit for the 2 of them to drink. Nian Bing ate 2 pieces of fruit and said, Brother, I need to go to the toilet. Wait for me for a while. Rong Bing laughed and said, You're going to the toilet after eating. You're really straightforward. Go quickly, go out and turn right. Go to the end and turn left. You'll see the place of reincarnation of the 5 grains. After saying that, he winked at Nian Bing. Nian Bing got up and left. Rong Bing's eyes revealed a knowing smile as he leisurely ate the fruit. At this time, he suddenly heard some noise outside. He couldn't help but lift the bamboo curtain and look outside. He saw that the waiter responsible for maintaining order outside was politely declining a young girl. Seeing this young girl, even the arrogant Rong Bing couldn't help but be a little stunned. This young girl was too beautiful. Although her aqua blue dress wasn't very neat, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Her pink long hair was scattered behind her back, looking a little messy. Her travel-worn appearance made people feel sorry for her. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost. She was slightly angry and said, I haven't been here for a long time. You have so many rules here. I'm not eating here. Can I take it away? I've traveled a long way and I'm very hungry. The waiter was also fascinated by the young girl's appearance. However, due to the strict rules of the restaurant, he had to say helplessly, I'm sorry, miss. We have rules here. No takeout. You can see that there's such a long line outside. If you want to eat here, please line up at the back. We can't break the rules." As soon as the waiter said that, before the young girl could say anything, someone in the crowd in the line suddenly said, "Miss, come to my table. It's almost my turn. If you don't mind, why don't you eat at the same table with us?" As soon as the waiter said that, there was a burst of agreement. A cold light flashed in the young girl's eyes. "No, thank you for your kindness. I don't believe that there's no place to eat in this big city." Chapter 101. Looking at the disappointed expression on the girl's face, Rongbing felt a rare sense of pity. He said loudly through the window, "Miss, we have finished our meal. If you don't mind, please come in." The girl raised her head and looked at Rongbing. When she saw Rongbing's handsome face, her whole body shook violently. Her beautiful eyes turned red in an instant. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Rongbing was startled when he saw her expression. He clearly didn't know her. Why was she looking at him like that? He couldn't help but feel scared. He hurriedly signaled to the waiter outside to lower the bamboo curtain. Since the young prince of the Rong residence had spoken, the waiter didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly led the girl into the restaurant. After a while, they arrived at the table of Rongbing and Nianbing. When the bamboo curtain was lifted, Rongbing only saw a blur in front of him. The girl was already 1 foot away from him. Before he could understand, the girl had already thrown herself into his arms. Rongbing turned pale with fright. Although he had a good impression of this extremely beautiful girl, he had always been self-disciplined. When he suddenly encountered such a situation, he subconsciously turned around and stood up from the chair. The girl's forward momentum was very strong. When she missed, she immediately lost her balance. Rongbing saw her supporting herself with one hand on the chair and actually stood upside down. Before he could react, the girl was already standing in front of him again. There was a layer of anger in her beautiful eyes. "Nianbing, you." The girl's body trembled slightly. She was Feng Nu, who had been searching for Nianbing. She had almost never rested on her way here. When she arrived at the capital city, her body finally couldn't take it anymore. She happened to see that this restaurant was doing very well, so she thought that the food would be delicious. So when she was about to eat, the scene outside happened. Suddenly she saw Nianbing sticking her head out of the window. Feng Nu immediately felt sad and happy at the same time. Nianbing really didn't die. He really didn't die. She couldn't wait to enter the hotel, but she didn't expect to be rejected by Nianbing. Hearing Feng Nu call out the 2 words, Nianbing, Rongbing realized that she must have misunderstood. Just as he was about to explain, the bamboo curtain was lifted and Nianbing came in from outside. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Feng Nu at first glance, and his eyes immediately revealed a light of surprise. He hurried forward a few steps and opened his arms to hug Feng Nu. At this time, Feng Nu was in a fit of anger. Seeing a strange man coming towards her, she didn't think and raised her hand to slap him. Nianbing had forgotten that he had changed his appearance. With his ability, how could he avoid Feng Nu's attack without using magic? Bang! Nianbing was sent flying by Feng Nu's slap. He crashed through a bamboo curtain and heavily fell on the table next door. The table couldn't withstand the impact and immediately shattered. Fortunately, the guests at the table had just paid the bill and left, so they weren't affected. Although in a fit of anger, Feng Nu was still rational. Although her slap wasn't light, she still held back. Nianbing spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stunned by Feng Nu's slap, but with the body modified by Garamandi's, he didn't suffer too much damage. He barely managed to crawl up from the sawdust. When Rongbing saw that his brother was injured, his eyes became cold. With a whoosh, flames rose around his body, and he stepped in front of his brother. Feng Nu looked at Rongbing's angry and unfamiliar eyes. "You, Nianbing, don't you recognize me?" "Don't misunderstand." Nianbing walked out from Rongbing's side. With one hand on her chest, she said, "Feng Nu, I am Nianbing. He is my brother." Feng Nu was stunned. She looked at Nian Bing in confusion. The flames on Rong Bing's body disappeared. Nian Bing said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Okay, this time it's my turn to pretend to be you." Nian Bing looked at the waiters who hurried over and said in a low voice, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back to the inn first." At this time, Feng Nu was much more clear-headed. She had already recognized Nian Bing's voice. She also saw the slight differences between Nian Bing and Rong Bing, but the doubts in her heart became stronger. Rong Bing said to the waiters, "It's fine here. If there's any damage, let me pay for it. Let's go." The three of them left Ji Xian Hotel together and returned to the inn as fast as they could. As soon as they entered her room, Nian Bing immediately reached into her clothes and pressed the brooch on her chest. She changed back to her original appearance. Looking at the two identical Nian Bing in front of her, Feng Nu was completely stunned. You too," Melting Ice smiled and said, "Miss, you must have misunderstood. Nian Bing and I are brothers. Our fathers are twins. We've looked very similar since we were young. It's no wonder you mistook us for each other. However, you have to be more careful next time. Don't hug the wrong guy. Nian Bing, I'm tired. I'll go back and rest. You talk to this girl." After that, Nian Bing smiled strangely and left the inn. After Rong Bing left, Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing and said, "What's going on?" "The two of you." Nian Bing sighed and went forward to hold Feng Nu's hand. She led her to the bedside and said, "Feng Nu, listen to my explanation. That person just now was my brother. Just like he said, we look very similar. He has a very high status in Dutian City. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I bought a magic item that can change my appearance. It's really a coincidence. A few days ago, my brother's fiancée mistook me for someone else. I didn't expect that you would mistake him for someone else." Feng Nu's pretty face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Nian Bing and said, "Does your chest still hurt?" At that time, Nian Bing grabbed Feng Nu's hand and said, "It's okay. My skin is very thick. When I see you, all my injuries are healed." "Feng Nu, did you come here specially to find me? Do the elders in your clan know about this?" Feng Nu's eyes turned red. Thinking of the worries she had for the past few days, she couldn't help but throw herself into Nian Bing's arms. She hugged him tightly, buried her face in his chest, and burst into tears. Nian Bing was confused by Feng Nu's crying. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He hugged her delicate body back and felt her elastic body. His heart was filled with love and pity. Nian Bing's warm embrace made Feng Nu feel very relieved. The grievances in her heart completely evaporated in her crying. Gradually, she and Nian Bing's hearts continued to grow. Feng Nu slowly raised her head. Nian Bing was also looking down at her. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time. Nian Bing could no longer hold back the feelings in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed those bright red lips deeply. Feng Nu struggled a little at first, but she soon softened under Nian Bing's passion. She wrapped her arms around his waist and hooked them around his neck. There was no need for words. In this deep kiss, the feelings between them had been sublimated. Both of their hearts were filled with love for each other. After a long time, their lips parted. Feng Nu shyly lowered her head. She found that she didn't know when she had sat on Nian Bing's lap. There seemed to be something hard touching her bottom. Her face was as red as an apple. Feng Nu's heart trembled violently. She wanted to get up, but she couldn't summon any strength in her body. Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu, who was in close contact with him. His reason was struggling. Feng Nu was too tempting for him. In order to divert his attention, he stuttered. "Phoenix Maiden, you still haven't told me how you left. Where are the elders of your clan? Could it be that they came here too?" Feng Nu shook her head and said softly, "Let go of me first. Let me get up. Otherwise, how can I speak?" Nian Bing suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He carried Feng Nu and placed her beside him. Without physical contact, his impulsive emotions were indeed soothed. Feng Nu shyly looked at Nian Bing and said, I specially ran out to look for you. You could say that I snuck out. That day, Elder Kong said that you were dead. At that time, I wanted to look for your corpse, but I was knocked out by Elder Su and brought back to the clan. He then locked me in the clan's sealed house. Do you know how sad I was? Later on, for some unknown reason, I actually managed to break the seal. At that time, I didn't know whether I should be happy or sad. I immediately ran to All City to look for your corpse. At that time, I thought that no matter what, I had to bury you so that you could rest in peace. After that, I would mourn for you. But who knew that I couldn't find your corpse, no matter how hard I searched? Holding on to a sliver of hope, I entered All City. I thought that since you appeared in the Duke's mansion, there might be news of you there. Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but interject. Then did you see my godmother? The Feng Yen of your clan. Feng Nu shook her head and said no. When I entered the Duke's mansion, I saw the Duke's mansion. When I arrived at the Duke's mansion, I met Zi Qingjian. He told me that you were in the capital Sky City. I calculated the time and realized that you weren't dead. Nian Bing, do you know how happy I was at that time? At that time, I immediately rushed to the capital Sky City and naturally didn't enter the Duke's mansion. I also heard about Senior Feng Yan's matter. Actually, it's not about who's right or wrong. She chose her true love, which was why the clan couldn't tolerate her. The elders weren't around, so how could I make things difficult for her? You don't have to worry. Nian Bing knew that Feng Nu had misunderstood her meaning, but she didn't explain. She couldn't help but hold Feng Nu's fair and slender hand again and said in a low voice, What about you? Are you willing to give up everything in the clan to be with me? Feng Nu, I have something to say to you the last time we met. Feng Nu's body trembled. She suddenly hurriedly covered Nian Bing's mouth and said, No, don't say it. Nian Bing, I'm sorry. I can't. Nian Bing was stunned and said, Why? Feng Nu, don't tell me you. No, Nian Bing. If I didn't have you in my heart, why would I? But the Feng people can't do without me. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, the Feng people are very powerful. But how could they understand the hardships of the Feng people? The Feng people were led by 5 elders. The 5 elders were in charge of the entire clan. The arrangement of the 5 elders wasn't originally planned. It was because of the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Originally, when Senior Feng Yan's father, the first elder, passed away, Senior Feng Yan became the hope of the clan. There was still plenty of time. As long as she could reach the 3rd transformation of the Phoenix's 9 transformations, the illusory Phoenix demonic body, she would be able to deal with the changes during the ceremony. However, she left the Feng people because of her own feelings. The Phoenix Nirvana ceremony isn't just an opportunity for the Feng people. At the same time, it's also a test for the Feng people. If the ceremony can't be completed, the entire Feng people will be destroyed. In less than 2 years, the ceremony will begin. Nian Bing, if you really have me in your heart, can you wait for me for 2 years? 2 years later, as long as I can help the Feng people pass the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, I will put everything aside and be with you. Nian Bing's eyes flashed. She pulled away Feng Nu's hand from her mouth and said, Feng Nu, being with me won't affect your relationship with the Feng people. I won't ask too much of you. As long as you are willing, you can return to the Feng people at any time. You can also participate in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony in 2 years. This won't affect the feelings between us. Feng Nu, although you don't want me to say it, I still want to tell you that I love you. Perhaps it's love at first sight. Since the first time I saw you, your appearance has been deeply imprinted in my heart. At that time, you were a mystery to me. Afterwards, as I came to know everything about you, your figure became clearer and clearer in my heart. However, I didn't dare to face my feelings. Because I wanted to take revenge, I was afraid of implicating you. At the same time, I didn't dare to give you a promise of feelings just like you are now. However, I now understand what Master once said. When feelings come, nothing can stop them. No matter what will happen in the future, Feng knew, I will tell you everything. I love you, he said the last 3 words very clearly, pausing after each word, his voice filled with sincerity. Feng Nu's delicate body trembled as tears flowed down her face. Nianbing, I love you too. These few words sounded a little difficult coming out from her mouth, but when the last word was said, Feng Nu seemed to have been freed from a burden, and once again returned to Nianbing's embrace. An aura of happiness revolved around their bodies, and they both felt that their hearts were full. Nianbing, 2 years. Are you willing to wait for me for 2 years? Feng Nu whispered in Nianbing's embrace. Nianbing smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm not willing, but I can promise you that I won't affect your participation in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. When the time comes, I can even accompany you. Feng Nu's charming face suddenly flushed red as she lowered her head and said, But, Nianbing, you don't know this, but during the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, if the new Elder Hope Phoenix, who has not participated in the previous Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, then this new Hope Phoenix must be a virgin. When she said the last few words, her voice was almost muffled. Luckily, Nianbing's hearing was good, so he could hear it clearly. Nianbing smiled as he cupped Feng Nu's charming face and kissed her lightly on the lips. Silly girl, what kind of person do you think I am? Before I officially marry you, I will restrain myself. Now, you have no reason to refuse to be with me. When 2 people are together, that kind of thing doesn't have to happen. Between us, it's a heart-to-heart exchange. As long as you are by my side, it's enough. Feng Nu hugged Nianbing's neck and took the initiative to offer a kiss. Nianbing, I never thought that you could understand me so well. Nianbing laughed mischievously and said, But if you keep seducing me like this, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself. So you have to be careful. Feng Nu was shocked as she hurriedly jumped out of Nianbing's embrace. Looking at his smiling face, she then understood that he was deliberately scaring her and said unhappily, You're really bad. I just agreed to be with you, and you're deliberately teasing me. Nianbing stood up, his eyes filled with gentleness. You've rushed such a long way. Go to bed and sleep for a while. Look, you've lost weight these few days. Oh, right, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go buy some food for you. Feng Nu said, coquettishly, No, I don't want to eat other food. I want to eat what you cook. Nianbing, do you know when I started to have a good impression of you? It's that concentrated expression when you cooked pigeon meat rice for me, coupled with the delicious pigeon meat rice, that made me have such a deep impression of you. Hearing her say this, Nianbing couldn't help but bitterly smile. I've heard people say that if you want to control a man's heart, you have to control his stomach first. I never thought that these words would be used the other way around. Feng Nu said with a smile, What, you're not willing to cook for me? Nianbing deeply looked at her. I'm willing to cook for you forever, until the day that I am too old to move. Feng Nu's delicate body trembled. Nianbing, do you think our love can last long? I'm afraid that the elders won't accept you. Nianbing smiled indifferently, but his eyes were filled with pride. Feng Nu, the tragedy that happened to my parents will not happen to us. I don't need their approval. When I have absolute strength, as long as you love me, no one else's opinion will be a hindrance between us. Hearing Nianbing's firm voice and seeing the cold light in his eyes, Feng Nu didn't know why, but she felt uneasy in her heart. She faintly guessed that the shadow of Nianbing's childhood had always affected his heart. In the depths of his cold heart, it wasn't easy to melt. The death of his parents had always been like a mountain pressing down on his heart. Feng Nu didn't try to persuade Nianbing because she knew that no matter what she said, it would be better to use her gentleness to gradually warm his heart. With a faint smile, she softly said, Quickly go and make something for me to eat. I'm hungry. As you command, respected wife. After saying this, Nian Bing didn't wait for Feng Nu to act coquettishly and ran out like a wisp of smoke. In a happy mood, he believed that he would definitely be able to make the best food. Not long after, when Feng Nu leaned on the bed drowsily, Nian Bing came back with a plate in his hand. On the plate was a large bowl. Seeing Feng Nu's tired appearance, he couldn't help but feel a burst of heartache. "Come, eat first before you sleep." As he said this, he opened the lid of the bowl. Immediately, a strong fragrance filled the room. Feng Nu sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Nian Bing, what is this?" "It smells so good." Nian Bing slightly smiled and said, "You've rushed such a long way. Naturally, you need to replenish your strength. I know you can eat, so I specially made a little more. This is called chicken glutinous rice. It has a good effect on the spleen and stomach, loss of appetite, fatigue, and weakness. After eating and sleeping well, your strength will be restored tomorrow." Feng Nu was definitely greedy for Nian Bing's cooking skills. She took the tray from his hand and smelled the fragrance. Suddenly, her appetite was aroused. Regardless of the heat, she sat there and began to eat. Seeing Feng Nu eating without any ladylike demeanor, Nian Bing couldn't help but laugh and said, "Hey, Miss Feng Nu, no matter what, you are still a lady. Why do you look like a little pig now?" Feng Nu ate and vaguely said, "You're the pig. This rice tastes very good. Although it's not as fresh as pigeon meat rice, it's a bit more fragrant and sweet." Nian Bing smiled and said, "How can something made by this great chef be bad? Anyone can make this chicken glutinous rice, but the key is the control of the fire and the amount of ingredients. In addition to chicken and glutinous rice, there are also dates and coconut meat. I originally thought that there wouldn't be any coconut meat here, but I didn't expect that there would be some in the inn. The capital city is extraordinarily prosperous. To make this rice, simply speaking, cut the coconut meat, remove the pits of the dates, shred the chicken, wash the glutinous rice, put them in a pot, add some water, and steam until it becomes rice." Feng Nu swallowed a mouthful of the delicious food and said in surprise, "Is it really that simple? Doesn't that mean I can make it too?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "You can try it once. With me by your side to guide you, the taste won't be too bad." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing, said with vigilance, "I'm not going to do it. Don't try to trick me into cooking. If you teach me how to cook, won't the matter of cooking become my responsibility in the future?" Nian Bing mischievously laughed and said, "Your plot has been seen through. Feng Nu, you're very smart this time. Don't worry, after I get my revenge, we'll find a quiet place to settle down. I'll change my appearance every day to make delicious food for you. I'll really raise you into a little pig, a fat one." When it came to pigs, Nian Bing couldn't help but think of Kitty's pet called Guan. Feng Nu rolled her eyes at Nian Bing and said, "I won't be a pig. With my dookie, as long as I consume a little more, no matter how much I eat, I won't get fat. Oh, by the way, I remember that last time in the fire dragon cave, that girl called Long Ling seemed to have feelings for you." Hearing Feng Nu mention Long Ling, Nian Bing couldn't help but sigh. "Feng Nu, Ling, has deep feelings for me. I also received her father's favor. I have her in my heart." Feng Nu lowered her head to eat. After a long while, she said, "Everyone wants to monopolize their lover's feelings. I'm no exception. But that girl loves you very much. I can see that. She's also a good girl. I'm not a jealous woman, but this is the only exception." Hearing the meaning of Feng Nu's words, Nian Bing, who was originally trembling with fear, was suddenly overjoyed. She walked a few steps to Feng Nu's side and sat down. Then she kissed his pink cheek. She said, "Feng Nu, I know you're the best. Ling is a famous gentlewoman. You two will definitely get along very well in the future." Phoenix Maiden grunted and said, "You're lucky, you little pervert. I really don't know what's so good about you that you can seduce a girl to like you." Nian Bing said with a smile, "Don't you like me too? Perhaps it's because I can cook. I now feel more and more that being a chef is much happier than being a magician. Maybe there are girls who don't like handsome men, but I'm afraid there aren't many girls who don't like to eat, right? Not everyone can enjoy my culinary skills. After a while, a big bowl of rice had been eaten by Feng Nu. She put down the bowl and chopsticks in satisfaction. I'm so full. It's the first time I'm full after so many days. I'm going to sleep. You go and get another room. Okay. Looking at Feng Nu's somewhat pleading expression, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile. He officially established a relationship with Feng Nu, which made his heart relax a lot. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Why do we need to get another room? Are we afraid of people gossiping? Let others say what they want to say. I want to live with you." Feng Nu said in embarrassment, "How can that be? Didn't you just promise me?" She wasn't afraid of people gossiping. She was afraid that the two of them couldn't control themselves. After all, Feng people had a very important position in Feng Nu's heart. Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu's shy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that you are still on guard against me. Don't worry, I never sleep. You sleep on the bed, I will meditate on the side." Feng Nu was relieved. She was so tired that she couldn't care less about Nian Bing's teasing. She pulled the blanket over her delicate body, and after a while, she started to breathe evenly. Seeing Feng Nu fall asleep, Nian Bing was lost in thought. No matter what, Feng Nu was so beautiful that it was suffocating. He didn't forget Yu Ruiyan's request. The reason why he didn't verify Feng Nu's identity first was because he pitied her and wanted to wait for her to recover before making any plans. Nian Bing leaned forward and kissed Feng Nu's forehead. Then he sat on the ground beside the bed and began his daily meditation. Feng Nu's arrival made him very excited. It took him almost an hour to enter the state of meditation. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Feng Nu's body had completely recovered. Nian Bing took her to stroll around Dutian City every day. The rest of the time was spent studying the magic book Rong Bing gave him and meditating. Ever since Feng Nu came, Nian Bing didn't eat out anymore. He was in charge of their meals. In order not to surprise the inn chefs, Nian Bing cooked in the room every time. He had magic and the kitchen utensils were all current, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Feng Nu became gentler than before. She cared about and protected Nian Bing. Nian Bing always felt so comfortable when he was with her. However, he kept his promise. Other than holding hands and occasionally hugging and kissing, he did not violate the phoenix maiden too much. The two of them maintained their relationship as lovers, and both of them were filled with happiness. Today, the two of them strolled around Dutian City in the morning. After lunch, Nian Bing decided to complete the mission given to him by Yu Ruiyan. Although he knew that this might cause Feng Nu to leave him temporarily, he couldn't bear to delay it any longer when he thought of Yu Ruiyan's expression when she talked about her eldest daughter. "Feng Nu, I have something to tell you." Nian Bing held Feng Nu's hand and sat beside her. Feng Nu smiled and said, "Just say it. Why are you being so secretive?" Nian Bing took a deep breath and said, "When I talk about this, you must stay calm, okay? No matter what I say, don't be overly agitated. It's not good for your health." Feng Nu laughed and said, "I'm not a child. I can control my emotions. Don't tell me you've thought of another confidant and are going to confess to me." Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Am I that kind of person? I've already told you what I need to tell you. Your punishment is that you won't have good food to eat tonight." Feng Nu shook Nian Bing's hand and said, "All right, tell me quickly. What's the matter?" Nian Bing was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. "Nian Bing, are you in?" Rong Bing came. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Nian Bing whispered to Feng Nu, "We'll talk about our matter later. My brother is here." After saying that, she got up and opened the door. Rong Bing was not the only one who came. Nian Bing had met Princess Enoch of the Huarong Empire with him. Enoch's eyes widened when she saw Nian Bing. Then she looked at Rong Bing beside her and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Nian Bing looked at her brother in confusion. "Brother, this is—" Rong Bing smiled bitterly and said, "You brat, you've been wandering around with a beauty these past few days and caused me a lot of trouble. Enoch insisted that I have a new lover. I had no choice but to bring her to see you. Enoch, I don't need to explain anymore. The truth is right in front of you." Looking at Rong Bing's helpless expression, Nian Bing couldn't help but laugh. So sister-in-law misunderstood again. "Sister-in-law, I still have to thank you for the good things you gave to little brother last time." Enoch walked in front of Nian Bing in a daze. She suddenly raised her hand and pinched Nian Bing's face. She even pulled hard. Nian Bing cried out in pain, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? My face is real." Enoch turned around and looked at Rong Bing. She pretended to pinch Rong Bing's face. Rong Bing was so scared that he hurriedly took 2 steps back. "No need to pinch. Didn't you already pinch when you came here?" Enoch said in a daze. "You two are really brothers? You're not even twins. How can you two look so alike?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly and rubbed her face. "Sister-in-law, this appearance is innate. My brother and I can't change it. It's not our fault that we look alike. It's fine as long as we don't make a mistake when we enter the bridal chamber in the future." Enoch blushed and said angrily, "It's all your fault. I was getting along well with your brother. Who knew that there would be another one? Give me back my brooch." As she said that, she extended her right hand. Nian Bing laughed and said, "I'm not giving back. That brooch is sister-in-law's gift to little brother. I can't call you sister-in-law for nothing." Enoch snorted and said, "I haven't married your brother yet, but it's fine if you don't return it. In the future, you can use that thing to change your appearance when you're in Capital Sky City. It'll save me the trouble of recognizing the wrong person." She couldn't help but blush when she recalled Nian Bing saying that they entered the wrong bridal chamber. Nian Bing's smile deepened. "It's only a matter of time. Please come in." As she said that, she stepped aside to open the door. Enoch was the first to enter. She happened to face Feng Nu, who had just gotten up. Feng Nu also saw her. When 2 beauties met, it was inevitable for them to compare themselves. Enoch blinked and looked at Feng Nu. "Hello, I'm Enoch." Chapter 102. Enoch didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the scene at the door. Her beloved actually had a younger brother who looked so much like him. She was quite surprised. The Wind Girl smiled and said, "Hello, I am Feng Nu. I heard your conversation at the door. When I first arrived at Capital Sky City, I also misunderstood. However, Nian Bing wasn't as lucky as his older brother and was hit by me for no reason. Nian Bing's injuries weren't serious that day, but the bruise on his chest had only healed today. Nian Bing didn't let it go and had Feng Nu massage him for several days." Enoch giggled and walked in front of Feng Nu. "You're really beautiful. I originally thought that I was pretty good, but I still can't compare to you." Rong Bing, who had just entered, smiled bitterly and said, "This is also the source of your jealousy." Enoch turned her head and rolled her eyes at Rong Bing. "Are you very disappointed by my appearance, Rong Bing frowned slightly and said, "Why are you saying this? In front of my younger brother and sister-in-law. You should restrain yourself a little." Apart from when he was alone with Nian Bing, there was always a hint of coldness on his face. Enoch pouted and said, "What restrain? Feng Nu, let's ignore them. Hurry up and tell me, how did you mistake them for someone else?" Seeing the 2 girls sitting there and chatting, Rong Bing took out a book and handed it to Nian Bing. He said, "Let them chat, let's go out for a walk. There have been too many things to do these past few days, so I didn't come over." Nian Bing didn't look at it. He put the book into his spatial ring and said, "It's all right. You're the little prince, after all. You'll have many things to do anyway." The 2 brothers walked out of the inn as they spoke. They found a place to sit down in the inn's garden. Nian Bing had already used the brooch to change her appearance before she left the house. Brother, you seem to have something on your mind." Is it because of Miss Enoch? Rongbing shook his head and said, Enoch is a good girl. Although she is a little impulsive sometimes, her nature is very kind. To be able to get such a good wife in a political marriage, I am already very satisfied. I'm worried about you. Now, some people in the family already know that you're back. There are many people who want to put you under house arrest and search for the location of the Stone of Fire. A cold light flashed in Yenbing's eyes. What was Prince Rong's reaction? Rongbing said, Grandpa didn't say anything. He didn't approve, nor did he object. He only said that this matter wasn't urgent. You've been away for so many years. There are some things you don't know. The internal strife in the family was very fierce. Grandfather's side was fine, but father's excellence made the other uncles not dare to have any improper thoughts. However, second grandpa and third grandpa both have several outstanding uncles. They have a great desire for power. Now that grandfather is still alive, everything isn't obvious. But once grandfather is 100 years old, I'm afraid all the conflicts will surface. Father can barely intimidate people of the same generation, but second grandpa and third grandpa are 10 years older than grandfather. When the time comes for them to appear, everything will be hard to say. Nianbing frowned and said, Brother, do you have to participate in this kind of family matter? Power is like floating clouds. I prefer to live a free and unrestrained life. Rongbing sighed and said, If only I could be like you. But I can't. You don't understand. Power involves a lot of things. Grandfather made the decision to let me and Enoch be together. One of the important reasons was to let father's side establish a relationship with the royal family. If something really happened, it would be easier to react in time. Nianbing thought for a moment. Suddenly, she raised her head and said coldly, Brother, actually solving this problem isn't difficult. Rongbing looked at her in surprise. Oh, you have a way. Nianbing said indifferently, It's very simple. You have military power. Rongbing's body trembled. You mean to say that you want me to have military power? Nianbing smiled and said, That's right. There's nothing more practical than military power. If you and eldest uncle can have military power in your hands, who would dare to touch you? If I were you, I wouldn't continue to stay at home. I would ask grandfather for a transfer. The Order of the Flaming Lion is Prince Rong's direct line of descent. They are absolutely loyal to Prince Rong, so you don't have to worry about them. As the saying goes, the onlookers see more clearly than the players involved. If I'm not wrong, most of the people in the family are targeting the Order of the Flaming Lion to make a fuss. Actually, they are too stupid. As long as Prince Rong makes a decision in the end, the Order of the Flaming Lion will definitely obey. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the imperial capital at all. Being transferred out is not only a training for you, but also an opportunity to interact with the outside army corps. If you can build a good relationship with them, it will be extremely important for you and eldest uncle to take over Prince Rong's power in the future. Hearing Nianbing's words, Rongbing's eyes shone brightly. As expected, the onlookers see more clearly. You're right. Right now, our Rong family only has complete control over the Central Army Corps. 60% of the high-ranking officers in the Corps are under our control. Even I am a deputy corps commander in the Central Army Corps in name. As for the other 4 corps, although the Rong family's influence is still there, most of them are controlled by the side branches and some of grandfather's old subordinates. Let me give you a simple explanation of the current power distribution. The Central Army Corps is divided into 3 factions. Among them, my father controls one of the factions, which is also the strongest. The other 2 factions are controlled by the eldest sons of second grandfather and third grandfather respectively. Although their individual strength is not as strong as my father's, they are much stronger together. It is precisely because of this subtle relationship that everyone is asking for the support of the Order of the Flaming Lion. However, the 8 golden lions of the Order of the Flaming Lion have never made a clear stance. According to what you said, they are probably only remaining neutral under grandfather's instructions. However, there are no members of our Rong family fighting in the other 3 corps. After all, they are very far from the imperial capital. Our family's internal strife cannot spread that far. Otherwise, His Majesty will definitely notice. Among the 3 corps, the Northern Corps is the strongest. The Southeastern Corps and the Eastern Corps are about the same. As for father, because he has followed grandfather to the north many times to participate in the war, he has a good relationship with the high-ranking officers of the Northern Corps. When necessary, they will definitely support father. The current commander of the Southeastern Corps is Demon Commander Arclight. This person is very cunning. Moreover, he has always been able to get benefits from both sides. He is also not from our Rong family, so it is hard to say. Upon hearing Rong Bing mention Arclight, Nian Bing couldn't help but interrupt. Brother, you don't need to think about the Southeastern Corps. I have seen Demon Commander Arclight. He has some special hobbies. In my opinion, he is simply a Southern chrysanthemum. Together with a friend of mine, they can be called the Northern and Southern chrysanthemums. If you were to be transferred there with your appearance, I am afraid. Rong Bing felt a chill run down his spine. He laughed in spite of himself. Arclight's special hobbies are already known to everyone. However, he is indeed very capable. To be able to reach his current position, he completely climbed up step by step. Therefore, you must not underestimate this person. His ruthlessness comes from his bones. Nian Bing, you haven't been harassed by him, have you? Nian Bing shrugged her shoulders and said, I haven't. However, I don't want to see him again. Since I can't choose either the Northern or Southeastern Corps, then I can only choose the Eastern Corps. However, it is bordered by the Qilu Empire. I am afraid it will not be easy to get promoted. Rong Bing sneered and said, Don't think that our Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire's relationship is so good. This also involves a lot of benefits. However, Qilu Empire is not as strong as us. Therefore, it looks like they have always been relying on us. In fact, the king of Qilu Empire is a very ambitious guy. Once he grasps the opportunity, he may be unfavorable to us at any time. The Huarong Empire is now the #1 empire in the Yangon continent. It is also the target of public criticism. The surrounding empires are all watching us. Therefore, the last military operation against the Ottoman Empire involved the Qilu Empire and gave them a lot of benefits. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. Although the Longmu Empire is strong, it cannot go against the entire continent. Just like the current Central Corps, one side is strong, but there are 2 sides surrounding it. Although the Qilu Empire and Longmu Empire are not on good terms, if we use our full force against either side, I am afraid that the other side will immediately take action. Nian Bing thought for a while and nodded. So the situation is so complicated. No wonder the Ottoman Empire was not destroyed despite being so weak. The 5 empires on the Yangon continent are like a ring. One move can affect the whole situation. Even if the Huarong Empire has the strength to deal with the 2 surrounding empires, I am afraid they will not dare to act rashly. Rong Bing smiled. I won't hide it from you. In fact, our warmongering grandfather has long wanted to unify the continent. Even the strategy had already been decided. It was nothing more than making friends with those far away and attacking those close by. However, there was only one thing that restricted him from beginning to end, and that was the existence of the ice goddess priestess. No one knew her strength better than his grandfather. As long as the Ice God Tower existed, it would be impossible for the Huarong Empire to rule the entire continent. Perhaps others are afraid of our Order of the Flaming Lion, but the Ice God Tower has hundreds of ice mages and mages. From a certain point of view, the Ice Goddess Priestess' magnificent feat of destroying 100,000 soldiers played a huge role in the continent's current peace. Nian Bing clenched her fists. The Ice Goddess Priestess, one day, I will make her die by my hands. Rong Bing sighed. I understand the hatred in your heart, but before you are certain, You must not act rashly. Oh, right, there is one more thing I want to tell you. I heard from grandfather that you are already a magic shooter and can use many types of magic. However, do you know why you didn't have the slightest chance against grandfather that day? Nian Bing blankly shook her head. That's right. Even if the opponent is a magic shooter, and I have already used all the strongest magic I can use, why did I still lose so miserably in the end? Could it be that there is some secret behind this? Rong Bing lowered his voice, because 3 years ago, grandfather finally reached that height. Nian Bing's whole body shook, and her eyes widened in shock. Brother, you mean he also... Rong Bing made a shushing gesture and said, This is our Rong family's biggest secret. Apart from Grandpa's trusted aides, me, father, second grandpa, and third grandpa, no one else knows about it. Even Emperor Huatian doesn't know Grandpa's current strength. Think about it. That day you were facing Grandfather's self-created 11th level forbidden spell, Purple Flame Lion. How could you have a chance? It was only because Grandfather didn't use it that you were able to keep your life. This news shocked Nian Bing too much. She never thought that Prince Rong, who looked much older than before, would actually make a breakthrough in his old age, reaching the realm of God's Descent Master. No wonder she didn't even have the slightest chance. Although magic shooters are considered outstanding mages, how could they contend against the highest level of God's Descent Master? Brother, then do you think Grandfather can contend against the Ice Goddess Priest? Rong Bing smiled bitterly. Before they meet again, no one can answer this question clearly. However, the Ice Goddess Priest has been a God's Descent Master for a long time. Ice and fire restrain each other. Who wants to win depends on the depth of their strength. Frankly speaking, I don't think Grandfather can win. However, compared to that battle in the past, Grandfather's chances are much higher. Nian Bing, this is the family's absolute secret, but I'm not afraid to tell you. Although you don't want to admit it now, you are still a member of the Rong family. Blood is thicker than water. You have the blood of the Rong family flowing in your veins. I won't persuade you, but I will wait for you to come back at any time. Nian Bing was silent. Although she didn't want to admit it, her heart was trembling slightly with pride. Brother, thank you for telling me this. Perhaps I will come back when the Rong family is under the control of my eldest uncle. I hate the Rong family, I hate Prince Rong, but after all, they're not my enemies. Melting Ice patted Nian Bing's shoulder and smiled faintly. We should go back. I think they're almost done talking. I'll remember what you said. After the new magician competition is over, I'll ask Grandpa for a transfer. I'll go to the Dongfang army group. I hope I can gain something there. The two stood up and walked back. At this time, Nian Bing suddenly felt a sense of danger and subconsciously looked in a direction. Rong Bing also felt that something was wrong with Nian Bing. He followed her gaze, but only saw a few faint silhouettes. Not good. Let's go back. Nian Bing cried out in alarm and ran back to the hotel as fast as he could, because what he felt before was the aura of the Feng people. Rong Bing followed closely behind Nian Bing, but after running for a short distance, he found that he was getting farther and farther away from Nian Bing. He thought to himself, is this brother of mine a magician? Why is his body as strong as a warrior's? Nian Bing was of course a magician. However, his body had been transformed by the Fire Dragon King Garamandes and was much stronger than ordinary people. This way, it would be easier for him to practice high-level magic. Nian Bing and his brother did not walk far. Soon, Nian Bing returned to the hotel. He did not delay and rushed to his room, but just as he reached the door, he was stopped by two people. They were two young men wearing white warriors' clothes. They had one thing in common, and that was their bright red hair. White clothes and red hair, coupled with their handsome appearance, made them look very heroic. Move aside. Nian Bing's voice was cold with a hint of anger. The two young men only raised their heads to look at him, but did not say anything. Naturally, They did not have the intention to move aside. Nian Bing was angry. He could imagine what happened inside. But in the room, there was not only his beloved Feng Nu, but also his brother's lover. No matter who it was, he did not dare to imagine what would happen. Feng Nu snuck out on her own. With the Feng people's past conduct, would they let Feng Nu go? Without any hesitation, the roar of the fire god and the sigh of the ice goddess entered Nian Bing's hands at the same time. The ice and fire aura instantly rose. At this time, Nian Bing was very frightening. Behind him, 2 different colors lit up. The Feng people on the left felt an ice-cold aura, while the Feng people on the right felt the opposite. What they felt was a scorching flame. One ice, one fire. The 2 extremes appeared at the same time, which immediately made them reveal a surprised expression. Move aside or not, I don't mind tearing down this hotel. Nian Bing's voice seemed to come from the underworld. For Feng knew he could do anything. Nian Bing don't. At this moment of crisis, Feng Nu's voice came from the room. Feng Nu and Enoch followed 3 people out of the room. Of the 3 Feng people, Nian Bing recognized 2 of them. One of them was Feng Xiang, who tried to assassinate him last time. The other one was Elder Feng Kong, who fought with him until both sides were injured. Both of them had ugly expressions. The 3 Feng people surrounded Feng Nu and Enoch. What happened? Rong Bing rushed back. Feng Kong and Feng Xiang cried out in alarm at the same time. Ah, you didn't die? Nian Bing was stunned. He immediately understood that they recognized the wrong person. At this time, he didn't care about anything else. Whether it was Rong Bing, Feng Nu, or Enoch, he didn't want any of them to be hurt. He immediately pressed the brooch on his chest, revealing his original appearance. Yes, I didn't die. As long as I'm still alive. Don't even think about taking Feng Nu away. Rong Bing looked coldly at the 5 Feng people in front of him. He said indifferently, Nian Bing, this is our territory. Without my permission, you can't take anyone away. Feng Xiang snorted. Both of them looked the same. Who do you think you are? Do you think we can't take her away just because you said so? Rong Bing looked at the beautiful Feng Xiang as if he was looking at an inanimate object. He snorted disdainfully. Since the establishment of the Huarong Empire, there's only one person who can take our people away from Dutian City. That's the Ice Goddess Priestess. Unless you think you have reached that level of strength, do you think you can take anyone away? Elder Feng Kong stopped Feng Xiang, who was about to explode, and said, Your Excellency, you seem to be exaggerating. Feng Nu is one of our people. Those who have nothing to do with this, please leave. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't hurt her. Rong Bing's tone was calm, but his body unconsciously emitted a powerful aura, which made Rong Bing secretly surprised. Rong Bing had seen many powerful people. From Feng Kong's aura, he could easily recognize that this older warrior was a master at the level of a swordsman. In the face of such a master, Rong Bing was not afraid at all. What kind of existence was the Rong family in the Huarong Empire? As a young prince, Rong Bing had seen many big scenes. Moreover, the other party was holding a member of the Huarong Empire hostage. With his and Enoch's status, even if there were 10 swordsmen, they might not be able to take one person away from Dutian City, let alone one. Feng Nu's eyes showed a trace of sadness. He looked calmly at Nian Bing and said, Nian Bing, can you not stop the elder and my people? Elder Kong has already promised me that he won't make things difficult for anyone. He just wants to take me away. Do you still remember what I said to you on the first day we met? Wait for me, okay? Nian Bing's heart ached when he heard Feng Nu's words. His handsome face twitched with anger. If he couldn't even protect the person he loved the most, could he still be considered a man? At this moment, he didn't realize that among the 4 people that Feng Kong had brought, other than Feng Xiang, the other 3 young men were all furious. Feng Nu was the most beautiful woman in the Feng clan and was naturally the target of these young men's pursuit. However, They never thought that Feng Nu would fall in love with an outsider. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to betray her clan and escape for this outsider. Their hatred for Nian Bing had already been unknowingly born. No, unless I die today, no one can take you away from here. Nian Bing's voice was resolute and decisive. There was no room for negotiation. He secretly swore that he would never let Feng Nu leave his side, even if he had to use curse magic. Rong Bing pressed Nian Bing's shoulder and said, "Brother, calm down. Don't worry, as long as we're still in Dutian City, nothing will happen to anyone." Enoch giggled as if she wasn't being held hostage. "That's right, but today was really thrilling and exciting. I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time." Rong Bing frowned and said, "Enoch, stop fooling around. Old sir, I'll give you one last chance. Let go of our people, and I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Feng Kong said indifferently, "I've never been afraid of consequences. Young man, don't be too rude. Get out of the way, we're leaving." If it wasn't for him holding them back, the 4 young masters of the Feng people would have already taken action. Although Feng Kong had considered everything thoroughly, this was the capital of the Huarong Empire after all. It guarded the forest, and there was the famous Order of the Flaming Lion. It was naturally best if they didn't alarm the authorities. Rong Bing smiled. His smile was very cold and his eyes were like lightning. Enoch giggled and said, "Here you go again, Rong Bing. Do you know that your smile is uglier than crying?" Rong Bing's face stiffened as he said angrily, "You still have the mood to joke at this time." Enoch curled her lips as she lowered her head and said, "Well, I won't make trouble. Grandpa, come out quickly. Someone is bullying Nuo Nuo. If you don't come out, I'll go back and tell my father." After listening to Enoch's words, Feng Kong couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that there were other people around? Even with his cultivation, he didn't feel anything? At this moment, 2 figures, one green and one gray, appeared. Although Feng Kong was able to react, he was only able to block one of them. Bang! A muffled sound resounded in the air. The whole inn trembled. Nian Bing only saw a blur in front of her eyes. Enoch had left her previous position and came with the gray figure to Rong Bing's side. Elder Feng Kong took a step back as his eyes lit up. "Good cultivation." The green figure retreated to the front of Enoch and said indifferently, "You're also not bad. 9 Leave Do Chi is very deep. May I ask, which elder of the Feng people are you?" Feng Kong's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He obviously didn't expect that his identity would be recognized so easily by the other party. But as an elder of the Feng people, he had always been known for his calmness. He smiled indifferently and said, "I'm Feng Kong. May I know who the 2 of you are?" At this moment, Nian Bing could clearly see the owners of the 2 figures. They were 2 old men who looked to be in their 70s. Their hair and beards were white, and their appearances were ordinary. They were no different from ordinary old men, but their gazes were unusually sharp. Their gazes seemed to have materialized. Even with Nian Bing's extraordinary mental energy, he could not help but evade their gazes. Nian Bing's heart trembled. Jia Ji once told her that no matter what industry, the more ordinary a person looked, the more likely they were to be a top master. Weren't these 2 old men in front of her? Looking at their appearance, there was nothing special about them, but just one of them was able to fight Feng Kong to a draw. Although Feng Kong didn't use the Phoenix transformation, such strength was definitely worthy of the name swordsman. The old man in green smiled indifferently and said, "Elder Feng Kong doesn't need to ask. We are just the little master's servants." Enoch pouted like a spoiled child and said, "Who said that? You are obviously my grandfather and second grandfather. Even my grandfather calls you his brothers." Feng Kong saw that the 2 swordsman-level experts in front of him actually called themselves servants. Then, looking at Nian Bing and Rong Bing, he knew that it would be very difficult to take Feng Nu away today. Just the 2 swordsmen in front of him were very difficult to deal with, not to mention the other side had a powerful magician like Nian Bing. Once Feng Nu turned against them, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Just as Feng Kong was weighing the pros and cons, Rongbing opened his mouth. I think you can leave now. I don't know what the Feng people are, but I know that this is the capital of the Huarong Empire. Seeing that you are Feng Nu's people, I won't make things difficult for you this time. But if I see you again, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Rongbing's tone was so arrogant, Feng Kong couldn't help but feel angry. He coldly said, Fine, we will leave first today. But who exactly are you? I would like to ask you some other day. The dignity of the Feng people cannot be insulted by anyone. Rongbing indifferently said, Those who insult others will be insulted by others. My name is Rongbing. If you want to take revenge, you can go to the Rong Palace to find me. As long as you say my name, everyone in the palace will know. Feng Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he wasn't familiar with the outside world, how could he not know about the Rong family of the Huarong Empire? Looking at Rongbing's appearance, there was no need to ask. His position in the Rong family was naturally not low, and Nian Bing's appearance was so similar to him. Most likely, she was also a member of the Rong family. It seemed that his mission to capture Feng Nu this time wouldn't be easy to complete. Nian Bing indifferently smiled and said, Elder Feng Kong, before you leave, I will repeat what I said before. Unless I die, don't even think about taking Feng Nu away from me. Feng Xiang and the other three were furious. They simultaneously took a step forward. The scorching aura of 9 Leaf Do Qi surged out and enveloped Nian Bing and Rongbing. Nian Bing and Rongbing were not afraid at all. The two of them also took a step forward. Nian Bing's ice and fire magic together with Rongbing's tyrannical flame magic were not inferior to the 4 people. In terms of momentum, neither side could do anything to the other. Feng Kong deeply looked at Feng Nu and said with a sigh, Child, you take care of yourself. Let's go. After saying that, he led Feng Xiang and the others to walk out. Nian Bing and Rongbing didn't stop them and let them leave. Looking at their departing backs, Nian Bing's eyes continuously flashed. He didn't have a good impression of the Feng people. This time, the Feng people sent people to capture Feng Nu. This kind of bad feeling became even more intense than before. A trace of bloodthirsty aura inexplicably rose in his chest. Little princess, it's all right now. Shouldn't you also return to the palace with us? The cyan-clothed old man somewhat helplessly looked at Enoch. Enoch thought for a moment and said, All right, it's indeed not early. Rongbing, I'll go back first. Remember to come and play with me. Feng Nu, goodbye. I'm really happy to have met you today. I'll go first. Eldest grandpa, second grandpa, let's go. Rongbing's eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. Be careful on the road. Don't be too playful and cause trouble for the 2 grandpas. Do you understand? Enoch said with some dissatisfaction, I know. I'm not a child. Oh, right, that fellow who looks like Rongbing. You have to remember that you owe me once. If I want to return it in the future, I want a big gift. After saying that, with a smile, he left with the 2 old men. Looking at Enoch's departing back, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile and said, Brother, you really found a happy sister-in-law. Rongbing helplessly shook his head and said, She grew up in the emperor's family and was extremely doted on by Emperor Huatian. Naturally, she doesn't know what is worry and what is sorrow. She's always like a child. Unknowingly, his tone revealed a trace of doting. Nian Bing went forward and held Feng Nu's hand. Seeing that she was a little absent-minded, her heart couldn't help but ache and said, They didn't make things difficult for you, right? Are you hurt? Feng Nu shook her head and said, Elder Kong and the rest just arrived and you rushed back. I'm fine. Brother Rongbing, thank you for this time. Rongbing smiled and said, What are you thanking me for? Sister-in-law, you can rest assured and stay here. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to hurt you. This is the capital city, unlike other places. I think that they won't come again. Feng Nu sighed softly and said, I can't stay here with Nian Bing forever. Elder Feng Kong and the rest won't give up. Nian Bing tightened Feng Nu's hand and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't take you away." Chapter 103. Feng Nu smiled bitterly and said, "I am afraid of you. Elder Feng Kong is very good to me. He treated me like a father since I was young. This time, I ran away from my hometown to come here for you. They chased after me from thousands of miles away, but they were forced to leave. I am afraid that the elders will feel bad, and I am also afraid that they will not be willing to accept you. Nian Bing, can you understand my heart? For me, my clansmen are equally important." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Feng Nu, I understand the responsibility in your heart, but don't think so much. This matter will be solved sooner or later. I will let you go back to the Feng people, but I won't let them take you back like this. Promise me don't go, okay?" He was really afraid that when he woke up from meditation, Feng Nu would already be gone. Feng Nu looked deeply at Nian Bing and nodded gently. Rong Bing smiled and said, "Nian Bing, the book I gave you today is the one I selected and copied. Together with the previous one, it should be enough for you. Yesterday, grandfather just looked for me and asked me to go into seclusion for a month to prepare for the upcoming competition. I am afraid I can't come to see you during this time. However, you can rest assured about the safety here. I think, even without me, grandfather will never let outsiders hurt his own people in the capital city. Well, I will go first. You two have a good time." After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Rong Bing's back, Nian Bing couldn't help but murmur, "Brother, thank you." He certainly understood Rong Bing's meaning. He wanted to use the power of the Rong family to protect them. If Nian Bing was alone, he would never accept such kindness. However, now there was also Feng Nu. He was most afraid that Feng Nu would be taken away by Feng Kong, so he could only acquiesce to Rong Bing's intention. He held Feng Nu's hand and went back to the room. Back in the room, Feng Nu was still a little sad. Nian Bing hugged her and comforted her for a long time before she felt better. "Nian Bing, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Now that no one is here, you can speak." Feng Nu remembered what had happened before. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I was just teasing you. I just wanted to ask what you want to eat today so that I can cook for you." "Feng Nu, what's with that look in your eyes? It's so scary. Ah, don't pinch me. I didn't want to tease you." In the midst of Nian Bing's jokes, Feng Nu finally came out of her previous sadness. At this time, Nian Bing had already decided not to help Feng Nu with the blood test. First of all, he hoped that Feng Nu could live here happily for a while and accompany him. Although this was out of selfishness, it was also to prevent Feng Nu from being caught by Feng Kong. In fact, if he wanted to participate in the magician tournament, he could only leave after the tournament ended. After the tournament ended, he would tell Feng Nu about this matter. If Feng Nu was really Yu Rian's daughter, then he would personally escort Feng Nu to Yu Rian. As long as Yu Rian was there, Feng Nu's safety was guaranteed. Considering this, he decided not to say it for the time being. There was still more than a month's time. During this time, he wanted to live with Feng Nu without any worries. Sure enough, as Rong Bing said, after Elder Feng Kong and the others were driven away, Feng Nu and Nian Bing were no longer harassed by the Feng people. The two's life began to become regular. Every morning, the two would wake up from their cultivation state at the same time. They would go out to buy groceries together, stroll around the city hand in hand, and only return to the hotel at noon. Nian Bing personally cooked lunch. Every day, Nian Bing would cook delicious food for Feng Nu to make her happy. After lunch, Nian Bing would force Feng Nu to take a nap. He told Feng Nu that if a girl took a nap, it would be very good for her beauty. Feng Nu couldn't persuade him and had to sleep. At first, she wasn't used to it, but after more than 10 days, if she didn't take a nap at noon, Feng Nu would feel sleepy instead. Under Nian Bing's care, Feng Nu became more and more beautiful. At noon, after Feng Nu went to sleep, Nian Bing would begin to study the magic book that Rong Bing gave him. During this time, perhaps because Feng Nu was by his side, he found that his perception was more sensitive than before. Some difficult problems could be solved as long as he carefully thought about it. He even used various methods to repair several broken ancient magic formations. When Feng Nu woke up, the two would walk out of the hotel together and find a quiet place to watch the sunset. Whenever this happened, neither of them would speak and enjoy the tranquility that wasn't very long. They both had a feeling that when they watched the sunset, their hearts seemed to be connected. They didn't need to speak and could understand each other's feelings. After returning to the hotel, Nian Bing personally cooked for them. The two of them ate a delicious meal and then began the most important training of the day. Nian Bing meditated while Feng Nu cultivated Do Qi. Although they didn't say it clearly, Feng Nu always maintained a clear state of mind to protect Nian Bing. This allowed him to cultivate without worry. Time passed very quickly. Good times were always like this. More than a month's time quickly passed. Nian Bing and Feng Nu were already used to each other's existence. Every day, as soon as they opened their eyes, they could see each other. This made their hearts exceptionally satisfied, as if this was enough. It was as if they were the only ones in the world. Nian Bing, it's time to register today. Rong Bing's voice sounded from outside the door. Nian Bing just woke up from her meditation state. She was looking at Feng Nu, who was still meditating when she heard her brother's voice. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. Brother came really early. She quietly got up, afraid to wake up Feng Nu. She opened the door and walked out. Brother, let's go outside and talk. Feng Nu is still meditating. Rong Bing changed into a brand new white robe today. It was spotless. He smiled and nodded his head. The two of them turned and walked out of the hotel. Nian Bing, looking at your appearance, you seem to be living a very comfortable life. Your complexion is really good. A man with a woman is really different. Rong Bing saw Nian Bing and couldn't help but want to make fun of him. Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, Brother, when did you become so gossipy? Just now I heard you say at the door that you're going to register today. Is the competition tomorrow? Rong Bing was stunned for a moment and said, You brat, you're really indulging in too much pleasure. Don't you know that the day after tomorrow is the day of the competition? Today is the last day of registration. If you don't register on time, you'll be disqualified. Nian Bing scratched his head and said, I really don't know the specific day of the competition. I originally wanted to inquire about it, but these few days the feeling of meditation was good, so I forgot. Rong Bing rolled his eyes and said, You're really good. What meditation? I think you're clearly doing it because of Feng Nu. But brother, I have to warn you. Although you're still young, you have to pay attention to your body. It's not good to exercise too much in bed. Nian Bing snappily said, Brother, you seem to know a lot. Feng Nu and I are pure. Don't tell me you and sister-in-law have already. Rong Bing knocked on his head and said, What sister-in-law? Enoch and I haven't married yet. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. If we can't make it in time for registration, what are you going to compete for? Nian Bing and Rong Bing, the two brothers, sped up and walked towards the city. While walking, Rong Bing said to Nian Bing, This 5 countries' new magician competition will be held in the Imperial Palace. This is not just an ordinary competition. It's an important opportunity to show the strength of each country. Nian Bing said in surprise, It's held in the Imperial Palace. Don't tell me it's not open to the public? Rong Bing said, Of course it's not open to the public. Otherwise, with so many powerful magicians, if they accidentally hurt the poor people, it will inevitably bring a lot of casualties. The competition will be held in a special place. At that time, the elites of the Empire's Magician Corps will jointly lay down a barrier to ensure the safety of the competition. Moreover, this kind of competition will be personally watched by Emperor Hua Tian. Cheer for me. Nian Bing nodded and said, Then who is the other participant from the Huarong Empire? Rong Bing said, Because of the age limit of 25, the other participant from the Hwarong Empire is also from our Rong family. Moreover, you are very familiar with this person. In our third generation, his reputation is second only to mine. You should know who he is, right? A cold light flashed in Nianbing's eyes. She immediately recalled the past events of her childhood. At that time in their generation, although Rongbing was the oldest, the age difference between his peers was very small. Among them, there were 7 or 8 who were the same age as Rongbing. Among them, Prince Rong's second North, who was also the eldest grandson of Rongbing's second grandfather, was the most outstanding. His name was Rongji. Rongji was only a month younger than Rongbing. Since childhood, he was very cold to others. No matter who it was, he would not speak to them in the slightest. He only knew how to diligently practice magic every day. The reason why Nianbing had such a deep impression of him was because, when he was young, he happened to meet a few of his third grandfather's grandchildren when he was playing. Those few third generations of the Rong family were very disdainful of Nianbing's identity and scolded him as a bastard. Nianbing angrily fought with them. However, although they were the same age, the other party had the advantage in numbers. How could he win? Fortunately, Rongji passed by. Rongji did not say much. With his strength, which had long entered the magical domain, he used a fireball to scare away those few children. When Nianbing thanked him, he ignored him and left. From then on, among his peers, except for Rongbing, Nianbing did not have any bad feelings for Rongji. He came back to his senses from the memory. Nianbing smiled and said, "Is it Rongji? He's not as cold as he looks. He just doesn't like to talk." Rongbing smiled and said, "That guy is a blockhead. However, he is much more hardworking than me. It's just that he has always been taught magic by his second grandfather. I don't know what level he has reached now. Maybe it's even higher than that. If you meet him, you must be careful. Rongji is extremely belligerent. Once he fights with his opponent, his craziness is enough to make his opponent tremble. Before you came, my biggest opponent in this competition, other than the representative of the Ice God Tower, was probably this brother of mine." Nianbing smiled and said, "I really hope to meet Rongji. It would be good for me to be able to exchange pointers with him." Although he was very confident about this magic competition, he definitely did not want his opponent to be weak. If that was the case, what was the point of the competition? Only by competing with experts would he be able to better improve his strength. After a few battles with experts, Nianbing had already understood the principle behind this. In the distance, the magnificent palace was already in front of them. The vermilion walls of the palace were 3 zhang high. On the walls, there was a guard every 2 zhang. On the surface, the palace's defense was much stronger than that of Prince Rong's residence. When they arrived at the entrance of the palace, Nianbing found that there was a table on the right side of the entrance. On both sides of the table, there were 8 mighty soldiers. There was a person sitting behind the table. This person was thin and small. The official robes on him looked very big, but he deliberately put on a very impressive appearance. Rongbing gave Nianbing a look. Nianbing immediately understood that this was the place to register. The 2 brothers strode towards the table. As soon as they got close, they were immediately stopped by the soldiers on both sides. "How dare you? You bunch of idiots! Don't you even recognize little Prince Rong?" The thin official hurriedly stood up and walked around the table to greet them. He didn't even look at Nianbing. His face was full of flattery as he looked at Rongbing and said, "Little Prince, how come you have time to come here? Contestants from our country don't have to come here to register." Rongbing coldly said, "I'm not registering for myself. I brought a friend. He's also participating in this competition." Only then did the official look at Nianbing. Although Nianbing used a brooch to change her appearance and hair color, her tall and straight figure and noble temperament were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Nianbing slightly brushed her hand and said, "Hello, I'm here to register." As she said that, She took out her number plate from her space ring. When the official saw the number 10 on the number plate, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He looked at Nian Bing, then looked at Rong Bing, then asked tentatively, "Are you representing the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "That's right. I'm representing the Ice Moon Empire's Guild. Is there a problem?" No, because Nian Bing was brought here by Rong Bing. The official was especially polite to him. However, when he took the number plate and walked towards his table, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How strange. The Rong family is obviously the archenemy of the Ice Moon Empire. Why would little Prince Rong bring the number plate of the Ice Moon Empire's guild to register?" Soon, the registration was finished. The official told Nian Bing the time and format of the competition. This time, the competition would be divided into 2 groups. Under the premise that 2 contestants from each country would not be in the same group, they would draw lots and be divided into groups 1 and 2. After that, they would compete in a round robin. Each contestant would have to fight against the other 4 contestants in their group. In the end, the top 2 contestants of each group would compete in the finals. The finals would be a single elimination. The first contestant of the first group would fight against the second contestant of the second group, and the first contestant of the second group would fight against the second contestant of the first group. The 2 finals would determine the final ranking, and new number plates would be given out according to the results of all the competitions. Nian Bing wasn't interested in the number plate of the last competition. He only knew that the number plate that would return to him this time definitely wouldn't be the number 10. After the registration, Rong Bing smiled and said, "The porridge pot from last time was good, right? Today, I'll take you to another restaurant to eat. This time it's still porridge. However, you'll be eating porridge directly this time. The taste is just as special." Nian Bing smiled and said, "That's good. However, brother, I have to go back and call Feng Nu first." Rong Bing smiled and said, "Of course. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat properly." At this moment, a sudden voice startled Nian Bing. "Nian Bing, why are you here?" This voice was filled with surprise. When Nian Bing raised his head to look, he couldn't help but realize that the person who had come was someone he didn't want to see. 3 carriages arrived in front of them under the protection of a small group of Ice Moon Empire soldiers. The one at the front was the 7th prince of the Ice Moon Empire, Yan Feng. Yan Feng's gaze wasn't on him. He was looking at Rong Bing. Rong Bing knew that Yan Feng had misunderstood again. He subconsciously glanced at Nian Bing, and Nian Bing gave him a look. Although the 2 brothers hadn't been reunited for long, they had already formed a very good tacit understanding. Rong Bing immediately understood what Nian Bing meant. His face returned to its usual coldness as he said indifferently, "Who are you?" Yan Feng was stunned and said, "Nian Bing, don't you recognize me? I'm Yan Feng. The clothes you're wearing today are really handsome." Rong Bing said coldly, "I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I'm not Nian Bing. My surname is Rong." As he said this, he raised his hand and pointed at the golden lion symbol on his left chest. When Yan Feng saw the roaring posture of the golden lion, his heart suddenly trembled and his face changed. You're from the Rong family. You're really not Nian Bing." Rong Bing glanced at the carriage behind Yan Feng. "You're here to sign up on behalf of the Ice God Tower, right?" At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice came from the carriage. "Your Highness, he's really not Nian Bing. Look at his hand." Hearing this voice, Nian Bing and Rong Bing were shocked at the same time. This cold voice sounded so moving, but it carried a chill from the bottom of their hearts. More importantly, this voice had pointed out the difference between Rong Bing and Nian Bing. Nian Bing subconsciously put her hand into her sleeve. Yan Feng's eyes fell on Rong Bing's hand. Indeed, although Rong Bing's hand was also slender, it was less powerful than Nian Bing's hand. It was also less smooth. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish. Yan Feng nodded. He turned around and saluted to the carriage. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Bing Yin. After that, he turned around and said to Rong Bing, I'm really sorry I've got the wrong person. However, you really look like a friend of mine. Rong Bing didn't say anything and walked back with Nian Bing. When they passed by the 3 carriages, they couldn't help but take a deep look at the ice flower symbol. They all knew that the strongest opponent in this new magician competition was in this carriage. After leaving the palace, Rong Bing frowned from time to time. As they walked, Nian Bing asked, Brother, what do you think of the girl in the carriage just now? Her name seems to be Bing Yin. Why didn't you recognize that friend just now? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. That is indeed my friend. However, I'm really afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him as a person, but I'm afraid of his special hobby. Rong Bing looked at Nian Bing in surprise. What special hobby? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Isn't it the same as that demon General Arclight? Rong Bing was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. He was laughing so hard that he was swaying back and forth. He only stopped when Nian Bing coughed a few times. He chuckled softly and said, It seems like being handsome isn't a good thing. It's no wonder that she likes you. Nian Bing said, Now I've changed my appearance, but your appearance is the same as mine. Brother, you have to be careful. Maybe he'll fall in love with someone else. He has a nickname, Yan Juhua. After saying that, she looked at Rong Bing's gradually changing expression and continued, Actually, Yan Feng is a very good person other than his special hobby. Although he's a prince, he doesn't have any arrogance. Although he seems to be 1,000 miles away, I can see the loneliness in his heart. He's the Ice Moon Empire's 7th prince. This time he's personally escorting the Ice God Tower's contestants, not because the Ice Moon Empire attaches great importance to the competition, but because he's avoiding the internal conflicts within the Ice Moon Empire's royal family. Rong Bing was moved. In the face of great power, he can stay out of it. This person isn't simple. It's not easy to see through fame and fortune. Nian Bing smiled. Brother, when I met Yan Feng a few days ago, I heard him say that the one representing the Ice God Tower is called Bing Yin. She's called 1,000 Illusions. According to my feeling, she's probably a magic shooter. She's definitely not easy to deal with. If you meet her, you must be careful. Qianhuan Bingyin. From her title, it can be seen that her control of magic must be unique. It won't be easy for us to win. However, you shouldn't be weaker than her in terms of magic transformations. Even if I can't do it, there's still you. Nian Bing smiled. I'll work hard. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to eat porridge? Let's go. The 2 returned to the inn and called Feng Nu. Under the guidance of Rong Bing, they walked towards the south of the city. Nian Bing naturally took Feng Nu's hand. As long as he was with Feng Nu, his face would become unusually soft. Feng Nu's moist little hand was very warm. In terms of temperature, it was much higher than his hand. Holding it was like holding a piece of warm jade, constantly warming Nian Bing's hand. At the same time, it also warmed his heart. Previously, when Feng Nu heard that Rong Bing wanted to take her and Nian Bing to eat, she was very excited. These days, although she and Nian Bing often wandered around the city, after all, they weren't familiar with the Huarong Empire. After getting used to eating Nian Bing's food, there were very few things that could arouse Feng Nu's interest. Her left hand was naturally held by Nian Bing. Her right hand was holding the godly sword of blazing heaven that never left her side. Bathed in the sunlight, Feng Nu thought to herself, how good would it be if I could be with Nian Bing like this every day? Brother, what are the characteristics of the porridge we're going to eat today? Why don't you introduce it to us? Nian Bing smiled at Rong Bing and asked. Rong Bing glanced at Nian Bing and Feng Nu holding hands and felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Today, this restaurant not only has good porridge, moreover, they also have special skills that are even more delicious. Oh, right, Nian Bing. My dad wants me to tell you that after this competition, I'll take you to see him. He said that he's afraid that he'll affect your last few days of cultivation, so he won't see you for the time being. Nian Bing heard Rong Bing mention her uncle. Her heart immediately warmed. Her uncle and father were twins. Seeing her uncle was like seeing her own father. When she thought of her father, Nian Bing's eyes couldn't help but reveal a strong hatred. Rong Bing saw Nian Bing's eyes and naturally knew what she was thinking. He hurriedly said, "Guess what the restaurant I'm taking you to today is best at besides porridge?" Feng Nu tightened her grip on Nian Bing's hand and said, "Could it be steamed buns?" Usually, steamed buns and porridge are sold together. Although she was guessing, her eyes were looking at Nian Bing with concern. Rong Bing saw that something was wrong with Nian Bing, so how could she not see it? Nian Bing felt Feng Nu's concern and smiled slightly. "I'm fine. I just thought of my father. Brother, am I right?" Rong Bing patted Nian Bing's shoulder and said, "Of course you're wrong. If it were just steamed buns, I wouldn't have asked you to guess. Let me tell you, they are good at pancake wraps. The price is not cheap." Originally, Nian Bing's heart was still a bit sad, but when he heard about pancake wraps, his eyes lit up. He was most interested in food that he had never heard of. Feng Nu said, "Big brother, what is pancake wraps?" "Fish have bones." "Don't tell me this fish doesn't have bones. Otherwise, how can it be rolled?" Rong Bing smiled and said, "Of course there are bones. However, their cooking method is very special. Although there are bones, there are no bones. When we reach the place, you'll know when you eat it." "Move aside, move aside." A somewhat crazy voice accompanied by an ear-piercing, grinding sound rang out. Before Nian Bing could react, she was pulled to the side by Feng Nu. Feng Nu's other hand pulled Rong Bing at the same time. Just as they moved aside, in an instant, a luxurious carriage rushed past them at lightning speed. For a moment, the main road was in a mess, and screams could be heard continuously. The carriage was pulled by 4 fine horses. The body of the carriage was dark green, and the decorations on it were extremely luxurious. The edges of the carriage were inlaid with gold, and even the curtains were gold. Although the carriage was very fast, the body of the carriage looked very stable. It was obviously a high-class carriage. A cold light flashed in Rong Bing's eyes when he was almost hit by the carriage. He said indifferently, "I've never seen anyone who dares to be so arrogant in capital Sky City." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually threw out a fireball and chased after the carriage. Rong Bing was the Wing Chu of the 3rd generation of the Rong family since he was young. He and Nian Bing had very different views in some aspects. It was definitely not Rong Bing's style not to fight back after being offended. In capital Sky City, he did not need to think too much. Even the imperial family could not do anything to him. Just as the fireball was about to hit the carriage, a layer of light green light suddenly appeared behind the carriage. With a puff, the fireball was quietly extinguished in the light green light, and not even a spark splashed. Rong Bing's heart skipped a beat. Although it was an ordinary fireball technique, the fireball was quickly compressed when it was released, and its explosive power was extremely strong. However, it was dissolved so easily. What's more, his opponent obviously didn't use combat chi. Green light? What kind of magic was that? After the carriage ran for dozens of meters, it stopped, and the coachman jumped down from the carriage. He was a burly man, and there were wrinkles on his fierce-looking face. With a fierce look in his eyes, he walked a few steps to the back of the carriage and looked at the main street. He shouted loudly, "Who is it? Which blind bastard was it?" Rong Bing walked out slowly and said indifferently, "It's your grandfather." The burly man was stunned. "My grandfather? My grandfather isn't here." Rong Bing said coldly, "Isn't your grandfather standing here? It's embarrassing to have a grandson like you." His words caused the onlookers to burst into laughter. The burly man realized that Su Kei was scolding him, and he immediately shouted angrily, "You tricked me!" He took a step forward and appeared in front of Rong Bing in an instant. His huge fist suddenly hit Rong Bing's body. A hint of coldness appeared in Rongbing's eyes. He did not move, and a layer of faint red light came out of his body. Although the burly man's speed surprised him, he did not take this burly man seriously, as he had experienced countless real battles under Prince Rong's training. Just as the burly man's fist was about to reach him, a scorching flame suddenly rose up. The flame did not spread, but condensed into a huge shield, blocking in front of Rongbing. With a bang, the burly man's fist bombarded the fire shield, and the flame swept in the direction of the attack. The burly man roared, and his body flew back at an even faster speed than before. However, many parts of his body were burned by the flames, and his whole body was charred black. Rongbing stretched out his right hand, and a red flame emerged from his palm. The color of the flame gradually changed from red to blue as he chanted a spell. He was attacked in the middle of the street. With his status, even if he killed someone, it was not a big deal. The burly man's body emitted a layer of yellow doqi. In his anger, he pulled out a broad axe from behind his back. His doqi covered his whole body. Just as he was about to rush forward, a voice suddenly sounded. "Stop, Asi! You are too presumptuous." Two people came down from the carriage, a man and a woman. Both of them were wearing green magic robes without any labels. The man's appearance was ordinary, but he exuded a noble temperament. The woman's appearance was very beautiful, and she looked to be about 20 years old. Her long green hair fell to her waist, and her dark green eyes revealed a curious look. She was staring at Rongbing, and she held a small magic staff in her hand. The one who spoke was the man, and he had a smile on his face as he walked forward with the woman. When the coachman saw the man and woman, he quickly bowed. "Young master, young miss." The man walked in front of Rongbing, and his gaze paused on the golden lion on his chest. His expression did not change as he said, "I'm really sorry my subordinate was presumptuous. This one is Mu Rong, and this is my younger sister, Mu Jing." Rongbing coldly looked at Mu Rong in front of him and said indifferently, "People with the surname Mu are extremely rare. Your Excellency must be from the Longmu Empire. Wood magic, a mutation of earth magic, seems to be something only the imperial family of the Longmu Empire can do. I don't know if my guess is wrong." Chapter 104. Surprise flashed through Mu Rong's eyes. Mu Jing looked at Rongbing with a little more approval, as if she was very interested in this handsome young man in front of her. Mu Rong said calmly, "Yes, my brother and sister are from the Longmu Empire. Looking at the mark on your chest, you should be from the Rong family." Nianbing and Feng Nu had already arrived in front of Rongbing at this time. When Mu Jing saw Feng Nu, her dark green beauty couldn't help showing a trace of jealousy. Mu Rong's eyes were shining brightly. Rongbing said indifferently, "This is Dutian City and also the capital of the Huarong Empire. Your carriage is so rampant in Dutian City. Are you looking down on my Huarong Empire?" Mu Rong smiled and said, "I'm really sorry we are in a hurry. If we are late, we are afraid that we will miss the registration." Nianbing's heart moved, and she said, "So you are representing the Longmu Empire to participate in this new magician competition?" Mu Jing said, "Yes, my brother and I are here to participate in the competition. Since you are from the Rong family, are you contestants?" Rongbing said indifferently, "We will meet in the competition. But before that, if your carriage is like before, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in the competition." Mu Jing said with slight anger, "We are representing the Longmu Empire. You should be more polite." Rongbing would not be confused by the beauty of the other side. "I'm already very polite, otherwise I wouldn't have used a fireball just now." "Presumptuous, who are you? How dare you talk to our young master like that?" Ah Si, who had retreated to the side, rushed up. Rongbing didn't even look at him, and said to Mu Rong indifferently, "Your dog is barking." Without waiting for Mu Rong to speak, Ah Si roared, releasing his battle chi, and suddenly swung his axe at Rongbing. This time it was Nianbing who attacked. She rubbed her right hand, and red and blue light floated out at the same time. A fist-sized ball of light condensed in the air to meet Ah Si's axe. Rong Bing had no scruples, and now he had no scruples. Every time she killed someone, the coldness in Nian Bing's heart would spread out. Boom! Ah Si's body was sent flying back, blood spurting out of his mouth, and fell heavily onto the ground. Although it was an instantaneous small magic, it was a small instant magic. It had been quickly compressed. When Rong Bing first fought with Ah Si, he had already had it. He had prepared. He had it was had it. He had it. It was quickly compressed. However, Nian Bing was still very surprised. He originally thought that the explosion of the magic ball would certainly break the opponent's battle chi and blow it into pieces. But Ah Si's battle chi was stronger than he had imagined. Although it was only at the level of a senior swordmaster, but his earth attribute battle chi had dissolved most of the explosive force. This saved his life. Nian Bing's move was very fast, except for Feng Nu. No one could see what kind of magic he used. Mu Rong's eyes flashed a cold light, his body exuding a strong green light. You have to look at the owner before you hit the dog. Are you ignoring my existence? Nian Bing snorted. He looked at Mu Rong with some provocation, as if to say, so what if I ignore you? Mu Rong's right hand stretched forward, lightly patting Nian Bing's chest, but it was Rong Bing who met him. The two people's hands touched. The red and green light instantly expanded. This was a relatively peaceful way for magicians to compete. Both sides made a palm, completely relying on magic. After all, this was the Huarong Empire. Mu Rong didn't dare to go too far. The surrounding magic aura instantly became rich. Mu Rong's face changed. He took 3 steps back to stand firm. He had been shaken back by Rong Bing's magic. He nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll see you on the stage. After that, he turned around and left with his sister. Ah Si struggled to get up from the ground and gave Nian Bing a hateful look. Then he left. Looking at the carriage slowly leaving, Feng Nu whispered, Nian Bing, you hit him too hard. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, Who told him to offend my brother? Seeing the confused look in Rong Bing's eyes, he explained, Although my magic ball didn't directly kill that slave, the power of ice and fire had already rushed into his meridians. Under the influence of these 2 extreme powers, he won't be able to live past tonight. Right now, he is just forcing himself to hold on. Brother, are they the royal family of the Longmu Empire? Rong Bing was secretly surprised. He had always thought that he was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect that Nian Bing, who looked gentle on the surface, would be even more tyrannical than him. She didn't leave any leeway for her opponent. Although he thought so, he didn't say it out loud. Yes, they are the royal family of the Longmu Empire. The wood magic of the Longmu Empire is a very strange magic. When used, it can borrow the power of nature. It's very special. Unfortunately, fire restrains wood. Although they are strong, they have always been suppressed by our Huarong Empire. Nian Bing, if you meet this pair of siblings, try to use fire magic as your main attack. That Mu Rong has the strength of a master magician. Although his magic power isn't very strong, you have to be careful of the strangeness of his wood magic. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, I know, brother. Let's go eat. I really want to try the taste of the frittata wraps with fish. The previous unforeseen event didn't affect their mood. After passing through a few streets, they had already arrived at their destination. The restaurant's name was Frittata Wraps with Fish. The signboard wasn't small. Although there was only 1 floor, the hall was extremely spacious. The 3 people found a table by the window and sat down. Rong Bing handed the menu to Nian Bing and said to the waiter, Give us 3 servings of frittata wraps with fish. Nian Bing, take a look and see what kind of porridge you want. Nian Bing took the menu in her hand and was surprised to find that it was actually full of names. At the top of the list was first-grade porridge. It seemed to be black sesame, glutinous rice porridge, jade pig liver porridge, barley date yam porridge, lotus leaf ice porridge, fruit ice porridge, mung bean ice porridge, and dozens of other names. Just from the names of the porridge, Nian Bing already understood a lot. This restaurant and the porridge restaurant that Rong Bing took her to before had different methods, but the same characteristics. These porridge combinations were clearly guided by an expert. Each combination was very ingenious, and the nourishing effect was very obvious. Rong Bing smiled and said, "How is it? Not bad, right? I suggest you try those types of ice porridge. The taste is very good." Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "Then let's have 2 bowls of porridge each. First grade porridge, jade pig liver porridge, barley date yam porridge, lotus leaf ice porridge, fruit ice porridge, and mung bean ice porridge. We have to try each one and see if there's anything special about it." Very soon, the food they ordered was served. 3 plates of frittata wraps were cut into rectangles and were steaming hot. It was obvious that it was just out of the pot. The ribbon fish didn't look special on the surface. Under the 3 plates of ribbon fish, there were pickles at the bottom. The porridge was obviously cooked. There were 6 bowls of porridge with 6 different colors. The first grade porridge was actually glutinous rice porridge. However, the porridge had been added with crushed walnuts, peanuts, and white sesame seeds. It looked very appetizing. Rong Bing was the first to start. He picked up a piece of frittata wraps and put 2 ribbon fish on his plate. He rolled them up with the frittata wraps and put them into his mouth to chew. "Nian Bing, sister-in-law, try it. The taste is very good." Nian Bing and Feng Nu learned from Rong Bing and started to eat. The frittata wraps were well cooked. The layers were clear and crispy. The ribbon fish looked like it was stewed. However, when it entered the mouth, it didn't have the tenderness of the fish. Instead, it had a rich fragrance. What was strange was that the bones of the ribbon fish were completely crisp and could be eaten. Even a top chef like Nian Bing couldn't help but be moved by the example of the frittata wraps and the ribbon fish. The taste is really good. The frittata wraps are well cooked. It must be made by a veteran pastry chef. This ribbon fish should be stewed. However, if it's stewed for too long, the fish will scatter. However, the ribbon fish here is very compact. Let me think. Yes, it should be stewed with a high-pressure flame. However, where does the pressure come from? Moreover, the fragrance is so strange. Rong Bing smiled and said, "Nian Bing, it seems that your cooking skills are not bad. You can taste the mystery just by eating. It's indeed stewed. As for the high-pressure flame, it's man-made. I specially asked the chef here for advice. When stewing the ribbon fish, the kitchen utensils used are super iron pots that are 1 inch thick. The pot lid is 2 inches thick. However, the lid has no holes. In this way, it's difficult for the heat to dissipate. Only when it's cooked with a high flame will it have such a taste. As for the fragrance you mentioned, try the pickled vegetables under the ribbon fish." Hearing Rong Bing's advice and looking at the sparkling and translucent pickled vegetables, Nian Bing suddenly understood. Using pickled vegetables as the base and adding seasoning to stew is really a good method. The chef here has a unique idea. The frittata wraps the ribbon fish. It's novel and delicious. Not bad. The meal ended in a relaxed atmosphere. Whether it was the ribbon fish or the different flavors of the porridge, they all left a deep impression on Nian Bing. When he thought of his own cooking skills, it inspired him a lot. Among all the porridge, Nian Bing appreciated the most was the magician's fruit porridge. The fruits in it were very simple. There were only 3 kinds of fruits: watermelon, pear, and banana. The 3 kinds of fruits were cut into small cubes. With the glutinous rice porridge as the foundation, the taste was cold and sweet. Feng Nu liked it very much. She forced Nian Bing to make it for her in the future. 2 days passed quickly. Because the competition could only be participated by the contestants, Nian Bing asked Feng Nu to wait for him in the hotel. After spending a month together, even though the 2 of them were still polite, their hearts were already close. Just as Rong Bing had said, No one from the Phoenix tribe had appeared. No matter what happened during the competition, Nian Bing would tell her his guess about the Phoenix girl's identity after the competition ended. When they were about to go out, Feng Nu did not show any worry. She understood that what Nian Bing needed now was her support. She only said one sentence to Nian Bing: "I believe in your strength." The palace gate was already in sight. Perhaps because the new magician's competition was going to be held here today, the palace was even more heavily guarded. Nian Bing came very early. After showing the competition number plate, he was led into the palace by the soldiers. Since he was young, this was the first time Nian Bing walked into the palace of a country. Moreover, it was the Huarong Empire, known as the most powerful country in the continent. There were not many decorations in the palace. Even plants were rarely seen. However, each palace was filled with a solemn atmosphere. The magnificent palace was not very gorgeous, but it gave people a feeling that it was very solid. The Huarong Empire was a country that worshipped fire. Therefore, the place where Emperor Hua Rong summoned the officials was called the Fire God Temple. The Fire God Temple was the tallest building in the entire palace, but it only had one floor. However, the height of this floor was more than 150 feet. The inside of the Fire God Temple was very spacious. The aisle from the center to the dragon throne of Emperor Hua Tian was 20 feet wide. The middle was covered with a red carpet. The officials of the Huarong Empire were divided into two sides. The officials were closest to Emperor Hua Tian. On the right side of the aisle sat Prince Rong, who is known as the Flaming Lion King. Opposite him was naturally the Prime Minister of the Empire, who was also one of the founding fathers of the Empire, Suyu. Nian Bing was very familiar with Prince Rong. At this time, Emperor Hua Tian had not arrived yet. She immediately saw Suyu, who was opposite Prince Rong. Suyu looked much younger than Prince Rong. Although he was also an old man, he exuded a scholarly aura. He did not wear his official robes. Instead, he wore a moon-white robe that added to his scholarly aura. His figure was well-proportioned, and his facial lines were gentle. His pair of phoenix eyes also revealed a gentle light. Compared to Prince Rong, he seemed to be more approachable. Nian Bing was led by the soldiers to stand in front of the hundreds of officials. Beside her was Rong Bing. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Rong Bing did not greet him. The two acted as if they did not know each other. Nian Bing looked around. Among the 10 contestants in the competition, other than herself and her brother, there was another person who had arrived. He stood on the other side of Rong Bing. There was not a trace of expression on his wooden face. There was also a golden lion symbol on his left chest. It was the other contestant from the Huarong Empire, Rong Ji. Seeing Rong Ji again, Nian Bing suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Rong Ji seemed to be different from before. He had become more reserved, and there was not even a trace of magic fluctuation. However, Nian Bing faintly felt that not only was Rong Ji's strength not below Rong Bing's, but he might even be stronger. Although the Rong family and the Su family were both pillars of the Huarong Empire, there was an unwritten rule that unless there was an important matter, only the heads of the two families could attend Emperor Hua Tian's court meetings. Therefore, Nian Bing did not see her eldest uncle, Rong Yu, whom she longed to see. Prince Rong's eyes were downcast. Rong Bing and Nian Bing's entrance did not seem to attract his attention. Instead, it was Prime Minister Suyu who nodded slightly at Rong Bing before fixing his gaze on Nian Bing. Although Nian Bing had changed her appearance, her handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament still attracted Suyu's attention. Today, Nian Bing had specially worn a red magician's robe. There was naturally no symbol on it, nor was there any indication of a magician's level. After the transformation, her long black hair naturally fell to her shoulders, and her expression was calm. Nian Bing revealed a trace of a smile. His gaze was very gentle, but strangely had a strange, penetrating power, as if he could see into one's heart. Feeling Su Yu's gaze, Nian Bing's mental strength naturally condensed, forming a natural resistance. Not long after, the magicians participating in the competition arrived one after another. After Nian Bing and Rong Bing arrived were the Longmu Empire's Mu Rong and Mu Jing. The two stood opposite Nian Bing and Rong Bing. Mu Jing's gaze was very lively. When her gaze fell on the Rong Bing brothers, it revealed a trace of anger and provocation, filled with deep hatred. Mu Rong was clearly much more mature than his sister. His gaze was cold and emotionless. Then, two young magicians from the Kiru Empire arrived. Their appearances were very ordinary, but from their magicians' robes, it could be seen that they were wind and water magicians, respectively. Their ordinary appearance did not cause Nian Bing to look down on them. To be able to represent their country, how could their strength be weak? After them were the people sent by the Ottoman Empire's Magicians' Guild. They were actually two women. Ling Yanbing was surprised that these two female magicians' attributes were extremely rare. One of them was wearing a silver magician's robe that symbolized the space element, while the other was a gold magician's robe that symbolized the light element. Coupled with their beautiful appearance, they immediately became the most eye-catching magicians in the competition. Although the two female magicians tried their best to restrain themselves, when their eyes swept across the officials present, they did not reveal any trace of hatred. After all, how could they remain calm when facing the enemies who had once invaded their country? Although these magicians had their own characteristics, they were not the ones that Nian Bing wanted to see the most. At this moment, the hatred hidden in her heart gradually burned. Silent, she waited, waiting for the appearance of the last contestant. Qianhuan Bingyun finally arrived. Without anyone accompanying her, she walked into the Fire God Temple in silence. The moment she stepped into the Fire God Temple, it seemed that the temperature of the entire Fire God Temple dropped. It was not because of magic, but because of her own coldness. Finally seeing the enemy that they were about to face, Nian Bing and Rong Bing's bodies could not help but tighten. Even Rong Ji, who had a calm expression, was slightly stirred. Qianhuan Bingyun's pace was very slow. She directly walked to the bottom and stood there, wearing a white magician's robe embroidered with blue ice flowers. Her slender figure was not inferior to Feng Nu's. Her long blue hair was like a waterfall that fell straight to the ground. But the position close to the ground seemed to be supported by something. Her hair was slightly tilted to the back, and no one could see her appearance clearly, because her face was covered with a white veil, but her calm blue eyes were filled with coldness. It was as if she was a piece of ice, a piece of eternal ice. Perfect figure, cold temperament, and calm and incomparably deep eyes. It made up everything about this young magician from the Ice God Tower. Her appearance overshadowed the radiance of the other three female sorcerers. She was like an untainted ice flower that bloomed in the cold. Prince Rong slowly raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping across Qianhuan Bingyun. Bingyun's calm eyes did not change, but his slender body shook slightly, and he took a step back, standing at the bottom of Nian Bing's group. A sigh flashed across Prince Rong's body, and he returned to his previous appearance as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the messenger in the hall shouted, "His Majesty has arrived." Everyone's gaze turned towards the throne at the top of the Fire God Shrine. Under the escort of the palace maids, the 80-year-old great Emperor Hua Tian slowly walked up to his throne. Along with him, there was also a person that Nian Bing was very familiar with. It was Princess Hua Yinua. Yinua had changed into a splendid dress today. The pink princess dress set off her noble temperament, making her appear even more beautiful. Yinua supported her grandfather's hand. From the moment she appeared, there was only one person in her eyes. Rong Bing's gaze met with Yinua's fervent gaze, and he nodded towards her, revealing a rare smile. While Rong Bing and Yinua were exchanging amorous glances, Nian Bing was carefully observing this Emperor Hua Tian, who had founded the Huarong Empire. Although Emperor Hua Tian's hair and beard were also white, he did not look like an old man with one foot in the grave. His rosy skin was extremely glossy, and even wrinkles were rarely seen. Although he was resolute and had a faint smile, he naturally emitted an invisible majesty. If it wasn't for his beard and hair revealing his age, he would only look like he was in his 40s. None of the three people who founded the Huarong Empire were simple. Prince Rong was a powerful fire magician. Prime Minister Su Yu was known as the wisest person in the Yangon continent, and Emperor Hua Tian had reached the realm of swordsmen at the age of 40. As an emperor for many years, it had been a long time since anyone had seen him take action. However, no one doubted that he was a top-notch warrior. Thinking back to those years, it was this smiling emperor who had killed countless enemies with Prince Rong. Emperor Hua Tian had the title of Iron Blood Emperor. Other than Rong Yan and Su Yu, all the officials knelt on the ground at the same time and respectfully said, "Long live, long live, long live." The magicians who came from the outside also knelt on one knee and saluted. Only Qianhuan Bingyin was still standing, like a proud ice lotus, still emitting a faint chill. "How dare you, outsider, not salute?" Qianhuan Bingyin said indifferently, "I serve God, not man." This simple sentence had already expressed her position. Although the cold voice was pleasant to the ears, it made those who loved beauty break out in cold sweat. Prince Rong looked at Qianhuan Bingyin twice. This time he slowly stood up. Hua Tian was not only the emperor but also his brother. He wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect his brother. Emperor Hua Tian smiled slightly and said, "Elder Rong, you're already so old. Don't be so hot-tempered. Sit down." Prince Rong's eyes met with Hua Tian's. Hua Tian nodded slightly at him. Prince Rong immediately understood the meaning of his old brother's words. His gaze instantly swept past Rongbing and Rongji. Emperor Hua Tian's meaning was very clear. If they relied on the advantage of the other party's territory to subdue the other party, it would go against the original purpose of the Five Kingdoms Magician Tournament. Only by defeating the other party in a tournament could one be considered a true powerhouse. Rongbing and Rongji felt the burden on their shoulders become heavier. The people of the Ice God Tower are indeed different from the rest. I heard that the lady's name should be Bingyin. Emperor Hua Tian seemed to be most interested in the Ice God Tower. Qianhuan Bingyin said indifferently, "Yes." Emperor Hua Tian's gaze swept over the other magicians participating in the tournament. He said, "Then who is the other representative of the Ice Moon Empire?" Qianhuan Bingyin said, "I don't know. I came alone. The Ice God Tower has no connection with the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild." Although her tone didn't change, it sounded very harsh in Nianbing's ears. She stepped out of the ranks. Nianbing turned to Emperor Hua Tian and said, "This one is Nianbing, representing the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild to participate in the tournament." Just as Miss Bingyin said, "Our Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild has no connection with the Ice God Tower. I also came alone." There was nothing wrong with what he said, but he deliberately emphasized the word light, and his words were full of disdain. It was as if the Ice God Tower was a rat crossing the street and should be avoided as much as possible. Emperor Hua Tian smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that the Ice Moon Empire would send a fire magician to participate in the tournament." Nianbing looked straight at Emperor Hua Tian. "I'm not a fire magician." Emperor Hua Tian said with some surprise, "Then why are you wearing a fire magician's robe?" Nianbing smiled coldly and said, "Unfortunately, there isn't a suitable magician's robe for me. I'm just casually wearing it." Only Prince Rong and Rongbing could understand the meaning behind her words. Emperor Hua Tian smiled and said, "Interesting. Since that's the case, then I'll be waiting to see your wonderful performance. Today, the Five Nations Magician Tournament will begin again. I already know the names of all the participants, and I won't say anything else. Just like the previous tournaments, only the final champion will receive a prize. Although the Huarong Empire can't be said to be very rich, it's still very rich. But we definitely won't be stingy when it comes to the prizes. Prince Rong, the day before yesterday you told me that the prizes were already prepared. Please take them out to stimulate us participants. Emperor Hua Tian's words gave off a relaxed feeling, and he didn't put on the airs of an emperor. Prince Rong stood up again and stretched out his hands. A red light flashed in his hands. Suddenly, a long brocade box appeared. The red light in his hands flickered, and the seal on the brocade box slowly opened. Suddenly, a soft yellow light floated out. The light wasn't dazzling, and it was filled with the aura of life. Everyone saw that there was actually a saber in the brocade box. It was a simple and unadorned saber with a thick back. The blade was about 2 feet long. The handle was 8 inches long, and the blade was 1 foot and 2 inches long. The back of the saber was extremely thick, and it was 2 inches long. Just by looking at it, one could feel the weight of the saber. What attracted the participants the most was the irregularly cut gemstone on the hilt. The faint yellow light was emitted from the gemstone. Emperor Hua Tian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Originally, I was going to take out one of my treasures for this tournament, but Prince Rong insisted on taking my place. Elder Rong, I didn't expect you to spend so much money. This longevity saber seems to be the one that we used to. Prince Rong said, That's right. It's the longevity saber. This saber is made from the essence of earth. The longevity stone on the hilt is the most precious stone among earth elemental magic stones. The most valuable thing is the aura of life attached to the saber. This saber is priceless. Whether or not you can obtain it depends on the abilities of each country's magicians. Not only is it a top-grade saber, but it can also be used as a magic staff. Its title is the Melody of Earth's Awakening. After saying the last word, Prince Rong's gaze fell on Nianbing. Nianbing's body trembled. Although Prince Rong's gaze only swept past her quickly, she could still feel the trace of hope in Prince Rong's eyes. He seemed to be saying that whether or not she could obtain this saber was up to her. Did he come here to ask for this prize for her? Yes. She knew that her mimicry spell was only missing an earth elemental magic saber. But why did he do this? Was he still the same Prince Rong that she knew? Nianbing's heart was in a mess. Her strong hatred for Qianhuan Bingyun had become even more complicated after the appearance of the longevity saber. She knew very well what this saber meant to her. Garamandes had once told her that if she could complete all the mimicry spells, she would be able to achieve a breakthrough under the influence of all the different types of spells. As for what realm she would reach, it was hard to say. An all-elemental magician was too attractive to Nianbing. However, she really didn't want to owe Prince Rong a favor. How could she be so sure that she could win? Prince Rong closed the box and handed it to one of the palace guards. Then he nodded to Emperor Hua Tian. Emperor Hua Tian smiled and said, Good. You've already seen the prize. Denying is for the glory, not this precious prize. Work hard. All right, let's begin the drawing of lots. If 2 magicians from the same country are in the same group, please draw another lot. There were 2 other people who were also attracted to the longevity saber, like Nianbing. They were Mu Rong and his sister. Nature magic was based on earth elemental magic. The longevity saber, which was full of vitality, had a special meaning to them. The eyes of the 2 siblings lit up at the same time. Determination flowed in their eyes. The appearance of the longevity saber had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. The melody of the earth's awakening. If they could use it to cast nature magic, what would it be like? Although the others were not as obvious as Mu Rong and his sister, in the face of the highest quality magic saber and the highest honor of being a young magician, their hearts burned with passion. Only one person was completely calm. Qianhuan Bingyun's eyes were still as cold as ever. It was as if none of this had anything to do with her. Chapter 105. Everyone knew that the first match of the competition was extremely important. According to the rules of the competition, the two groups would each have 2 matches every day, and one person would have a bye. After the group matches, there would be a 2-day break, and then the final match would be held. It was decided that there would be a total of 3 matches. 2 matches would be held on the first day, and then a 1-day break would be held before the final match. Therefore, if one could meet a relatively weak opponent in the early stages of the competition, it would be better to conserve magic power and maintain one's condition. After the group matches, one could also have ample rest. As long as it was a magician participating in this competition, there was no one who didn't want to win the final match. The first one to walk out was Nianbing. He didn't have any wishful thinking about the opponent he would face. For him, everything didn't matter. In any case, it was impossible for him to meet Qianhuan Bingyun in the group matches. He casually drew a lot and stood back in his position. Seeing that Nianbing had drawn a lot, the other magicians followed one after another. The drawing of lots was surprisingly smooth, and there was no situation of being in the same group or country. Nianbing held the lot number 1 of Group 2. In the first round of the competition, he would face the number 2 of the same group. Rongbing had drawn Group 1 as he wished, and Qianhuan Bingyun was in the same group as him. Moreover, they who had drawn number 3 and 4 respectively would meet in the second match of Group 1 today. The wind magician from the Qi Lu Empire looked at the lot in his hand and smiled. This was definitely a good draw. Number 2 of Group 2. He was about to face the representative of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild, who had never entered the top 8. He was full of confidence about the result of the first match, but was this really a good draw? Under the guidance of the Fire God Shrine of the Huarong Empire, 10 magicians representing the 5 countries left the Fire God Shrine. The Imperial Palace was very big. They were taken to a hall behind the Imperial Palace that was not inferior to the Fire God Shrine. Before entering the hall, everyone could clearly see that there were 3 big golden words on the plaque hanging outside the hall. Trial Hall. Although this hall was very large, its layout was very simple. In the center of the hall, there was a huge round platform that was 1 zhang tall and more than 30 zhang in diameter. There were stairs on both sides of the platform, and the entire hall seemed to have been built for this round platform. The hall was 20 zhang tall, and as soon as he entered, he could clearly feel the rich magic aura of this trial hall. If he carefully examined it, he could feel the sealing power contained within the walls of the hall. While the 10 participating mages were observing their surroundings, a row of mages wearing red magic robes filed in. Their formation was very neat. As soon as they entered the hall, they immediately stood in a circle around the round table. A total of 100 fire mages stood in a circle. They all had one thing in common, which was that they all had the symbol of a great mage on their chests. Nianbing was secretly shocked. No wonder they were the strongest country in the continent. The Huarong Empire's Mage Union alone was far more powerful than the Ice Moon Empire's Mage Union. If they were used in a war, how powerful would that be? These mages had obviously been together for a long time. If they cooperated well, the destructive power they could produce was unimaginable. Following the 100 fire mages, the last person to enter the hall was someone Nianbing recognized. It was Prince Rong's 3rd brother, Rongfei. The symbol of a magister shone brightly on his chest as he walked to the other side of the round table. There, seats were neatly arranged. The most spacious seat in the center was obviously set up for Emperor Huatian. After a while, Emperor Huatian led a dozen people, including Prince Rong and Prime Minister Suyu, into the trial hall from the other side. At this moment, it was clear to see the status of the officials of the Huarong Empire. Those who were able to watch the competition here were all important officials of the Huarong Empire. When Emperor Huatian and the others were seated, Prince Rong nodded to Rongfei. The red light of the flames surrounded Rongfei's body and rose into the air. Even though he was over 70 years old, he didn't look old at all. Under the effect of the red flames, his body was lifted up and floated onto the round table that was 10 feet in diameter. Slowly walking to the center of the round table, Rong Fei faced the 10 mages below and smiled. As you can see, this round table will be the venue for your competition for a period of time. I will be the referee for this competition. There are 100 great mages from our Mage Legion here. When you use magic, you can do whatever you want without any scruples. If you think you are not a match for them, you can admit defeat. Any injuries will be at your own risk. However, if one side still attacks after the other side has admitted defeat, it will be judged as a loss. Front, let's invite the number 1 and number 2 mages of the first group onto the stage. When I announce the start of the competition, you can start. Magic items are allowed in the competition, but any magic scrolls are prohibited. The one who drew the number 1 lot was Mu Rong from the Longmu Empire, and the number 2 lot was the female light mage from the Ottoman Empire. The two of them walked up to the competition's round platform and looked at each other from 30 meters away. Mu Rong appeared to be very gentlemanly as he faintly smiled at the female mage opposite him and politely said, "This humble one is Mu Rong from Longmu Empire. Please give me some pointers." The first ones he faced were actually Rongbing and Nianbing. His subordinate, named Asi, had followed him for many years, but after returning that day, he didn't last long and died. After being crippled, Asi's meridians were half burned and half frozen. This made Mu Rong wary of Nianbing. At the same time, his eyes were full of hostility. It wasn't until now that he knew that Nianbing was actually representing the Ice Moon Empire. Moreover, she was from the Ice Moon Empire's Mage Union. He firmly believed that with his strength, he would be able to avenge Asi. Although he didn't show it on the surface, the hatred in his heart was already deeply rooted. The female light mage didn't seem to have any ill feelings towards the Longmu Empire. She also smiled and greeted back. "My name is Fei Fei." Standing in the middle of the round table, Rong Fei looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "The two of you get ready." His words were also in order to the 100 fire mages below the stage. A low and orderly chanting sound came from all around the round table. The fire element in the air suddenly became very active. 100 fire mages simultaneously chanted the same incantation. Even a fire mage couldn't compare. A red halo floated up like a slow cloth, and a transparent red cover covered the whole round table. Nianbing, who was familiar with fire magic, immediately recognized that this was the fire magic of the 5th step, Fire Cloud Cover. Although it was only a spell of the 5th step when 100 people used it at the same time, its power was extremely strong. It was enough to defend against any magic attack below the forbidden spell level. Rong Fei floated back to the side of the round table, but he didn't leave the stage. Red flames wrapped around his body, and he shouted, "Group 1 number 1 against Group 1 number 2, match start." With that, the match started. Immediately, the sound of an incantation was heard. Mu Rong and Fei Fei raised their hands at almost the same time. A strangely shaped magic staff appeared in Mu Rong's hand. It seemed to be condensed from countless thin vines. The magic staff was 3 meters long, and there was a dark green fruit-shaped gem at the head of the staff. Although it didn't shine, once the magic staff appeared, a green halo immediately appeared around Mu Rong's body. Fei Fei's movements didn't slow down in the slightest. The small and exquisite staff brought out a golden radiance. On both sides of the staff, there was a pure, white-winged sculpture, setting off a golden gem the size of a walnut at the top. Without any pause, once the staff appeared, she immediately waved it forward. In the flickering golden light, an arrow of light shot out like lightning towards Mu Rong. In a one-on-one duel between mages, the most important thing was to affect the opponent's chanting of a high-level incantation. Mu Rong seemed to have already anticipated the opponent's actions. The long-handled magic staff in his hand was held vertically in front of him. A layer of green radiance instantly formed a shield of light, blocking the attack of the arrow of light. A strange scene appeared. When the arrow of light exploded on the shield of light and turned into specks of golden light, the original green radiance actually became even more intense. The magic staff in Mu Rong's hand changed. The whole staff actually strangely disintegrated, turning into strands of green filaments, covering the sky and covering the earth as they entangled Fei-Fei. Fei-Fei was clearly frightened by the scene before her eyes. While retreating, she quickly chanted an incantation. Golden radiance revolved around her body, and a transparent golden shield of light appeared in the midst of the incantation, forcibly blocking the green filaments of the vines coming from all around. However, it only blocked them. When the green filaments came in contact with the golden light, there wasn't any change. In the process of unceasingly piercing, the golden shield of light became tottering, as if it could break at any time. Mu Rong smiled as he looked at Fei-Fei, who was trapped in his attack. Don't try to resist. Light illuminates the earth, and will only have a mutually reinforcing effect on my nature magic. You won't have a chance. This magic staff of mine is called Vine Silk. It's an excellent offensive magic item. Even if I don't use incantations, the attack power it can produce is equivalent to a spell of the 5th step. Fei-Fei Qiao revealed a trace of coldness in her inappropriate use of words. Indifferently, she said, "Is that really so? Light can indeed bring growth to nature, but excessive light can also cause nature to be destroyed due to the loss of water." After saying this, she raised the angel's staff in her hand again. While maintaining the light shield of antibodies, she quickly chanted an incantation. Circles of golden halos unceasingly floated out from her body. Every layer of golden radiance could support the light shield of her body, and his green filaments couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Mu Rong's expression changed slightly. He knew that the opponent had found a way to deal with his magic staff. Not daring to be negligent, he raised both his palms, facing each other from a distance, in front of his chest. The dark green bead at the top of the magic staff from before appeared in the hollow of his palm. The dark green gem, floating in the air, began to emit a faint glow. "Oh, great Earth Goddess, you are the mother of all living creatures. Please allow me to guide the power of nature and turn it into eternal spring that engulfs every corner. Let the seed of life germinate. Let the breath of life bloom. The breath of nature moves with me, and the breath of nature coexists with life. Nature domain." Mu Rong's incantation speed was very slow. Before his incantation was completed, Fei-Fei on the opposite side had already undergone a change. The light that had been accumulating for a long time instantly erupted, turning into golden flames that swept out. Holy flame, destroy all the invasion of evil. At this moment, Fei-Fei's golden magic robe looked very holy. Golden light lingered around her, and golden flames instantly spread out from her body. The vines that were still advancing bravely a moment ago immediately emitted faint green smoke when they came in contact with the golden flames. They rapidly retreated in the direction of Mu Rong. Mu Rong acted as if he didn't know anything. When the rank 6 holy flame was 3 meters away from him, he finally finished his incantation. His hands loosened, and the dark green gem that was originally floating in the air drifted to the ground. Strangely, the gem actually directly melted into the ground and disappeared. The vines condensed into a green shieldometer in front of Mu Rong, barely blocking the attack of the holy flame. Mu Rong's face was somewhat pale, but his green eyes revealed a trace of pride. The seed of life needs the nourishment of light. Team Fei-Fei, I'm sorry. Fei-Fei, who was using all her strength to control the holy flame, couldn't help but slow down when she heard Mu Rong's words. However, being able to represent the Ottoman Empire, she naturally had her own outstanding points. Under the control of her spiritual power, the holy flame instantly split into 2, going around the vines in front of her and sweeping towards Mu Rong. The strangeness of nature magic was finally revealed. The entire stage was suddenly filled with the aura of life. The radiance of the holy flame rapidly weakened, and countless green vines sprouted from the bottom of the stage. It was as if the stage had turned into a forest. The holy flame was swallowed by a green ocean, and before Feifei could react, her body was already wrapped by circles of green vines. The aura of life didn't bring her any discomfort, but her body had already robbed her of her ability to move. The green vines grew all the way to the fire cloud cover's boundary before stopping. At this moment, both Mu Rong and Feifei were drowned in green. On the entire stage, only the area around Rong Fei was free of green vines. Mu Rong's voice came from the green ocean. Nature and life exist in every corner of the world. How can you win against the power of nature? Miss Feifei, you've lost. The green aura gradually retracted, and the vines burrowed back into the ground. The entire stage was still as smooth as before, as if nothing had happened. Feifei looked at Mu Rong in front of her in a daze. As the representative of her country, she represented the dignity of the Ottoman Empire. She looked at Mu Rong with a complicated expression. Although she had lost, she hadn't suffered any injuries. Feifei could clearly feel that his magical prowess was not below Mu Rong's. However, when faced with this strange nature magic from the beginning, he had an awkward feeling of being unable to use his power. As a result, he was unable to display the true might of his magic. He sighed softly, lowered his head, and said reluctantly, "I've lost." Tung Sishan had already returned to her original form. Mu Rong was very satisfied with his result. A good start was very important for the rest of the competition. Rong Fei stepped forward and announced, "In the first match of the first group, Mu Rong of the Longmu Empire wins." The fire cloud cover's boundary disappeared, and the two contestants walked down the stage unscathed. However, their moods were completely different. Mu Rong walked down the stage and pointed his vine staff at Rongbing, as if to say, "Next time, you'll be the one to lose." If he was facing Rongbing, whether it was for the sake of his country or personal grudges, he wouldn't show any mercy. Rongbing's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He knew more about nature magic than Feifei of the Alan Empire. However, the nature domain that Mu Rong had displayed earlier had also shocked him quite a bit. He couldn't see the level of that magic at all, but it had actually devoured the energy of the light element. Then, could he devour other magic as well? After a short moment of consideration, Rongbing didn't linger on this question. This was because the opponent he would be facing today would be his greatest enemy on the road to becoming the champion, Qinhuan Bingyun of the Ice God Tower. Rong Fei stood in the center of the stage and announced, "The second match will be between the first and second members of the second group. Please come to the stage." Just as he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared in the trial hall. Under the wind, a green figure floated up and landed in the center of the stage. It was the wind magician from the Longmu Empire who had drawn the second member of the second group. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He raised his hand and pointed at Nianbing, beckoning him with his finger. Nianbing's face revealed a faint smile. He slowly walked up the stairs to the stage. He didn't walk very quickly, but each step was very firm. When he was about 30 meters away from his opponent, the wind magician was already somewhat impatient. Longmu Empire's wind magician, Alu. He was so confident that he didn't even bother to ask for guidance. Nianbing still had a smile on his face. Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild, Nianbing. He saved even more. He didn't even say what element he was a magician of. Rong Fei's gaze swept over the two of them calmly. He floated back and shouted, "The second match begin." As soon as the word begin came out, Allah didn't even take out his magic staff. He immediately launched an attack against Nianbing. The representative of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild from the previous world didn't even manage to obtain a single victory. Faced with the enemy he thought to be weak, it was inevitable that he would underestimate his opponent. Dozens of wind blades shot towards Nianbing at an extremely fast speed. sealing off all of Nian Bing's escape routes. The green wind blades brought with them an ear-piercing sound as they tore through the air. Every one of them was filled with powerful attack power. Among the Tier 1 instant spells, the wind element was definitely the fastest. Nian Bing continued to serve with a smile on his face. Spots of blue light appeared around him out of thin air. The blue spots were nothing more than tiny ice bullets. Even if these ice bullets hit a person directly, they wouldn't necessarily cause much damage. The number of ice bullets was exactly the same as the wind blades. The blue light drew a dozen arcs in the air as they floated towards Alu. A shocking scene occurred. The wind blades' attacks were messy, but the ice bullets accurately hit the center of each wind blade. Even though this wasn't enough to destroy the wind blades, it still caused the wind blades to lose their ability to attack. When the faint green light arrived in front of Nian Bing, it had already turned into a gentle breeze that caressed his body. Precise control of magic. This was Rong Fei's evaluation of Nian Bing. Ala didn't expect Nian Bing to be able to deal with his attack like this. He had no choice but to give up and start chanting a powerful spell. With a wave of his right hand, a green magic staff appeared in his hand. The green gem on the top of the staff shone brightly, and a strong wind spun around his body. At the same time, Nian Bing sternly said, "You are obviously an ice magician. Why are you wearing a fire magician's outfit?" Nian Bing smiled strangely and said, "Do you think I am an ice magician? Then you'd better watch carefully." As he spoke, a fist-sized ice bullet floated out. Immediately after, a fireball of the same size chased after the ice ball. In an instant, 2 Tier 1 and Tier 2 spells were released. The appearance of ice and fire at the same time shocked most of the people present. Although Olivier was shocked, he was an excellent magician after all, and his reaction was fast. He endured the pain and released the secret weapon that was originally attached to his magic staff. Although this magic staff of his wasn't a top-tier item, it had a special property. The wind-type gem on the staff allowed him to store a Tier 4 wind-type spell. In a one-on-one battle where he couldn't use scrolls, this magic staff had a huge advantage. A small tornado suddenly appeared beside Arcane and swept towards the 2 balls of ice and fire. His plan was very simple. Not only did he have to destroy Nian Bing's instant cast attack, but he also had to rely on this magic staff's instant cast Tier 4 spell to defeat Nian Bing. Although Ala was a great magician, he wasn't weak. In fact, he was even stronger than his companions. If he had relied on his own strength to compete with Nian Bing would have had to put in more effort to defeat him. However, his underestimation from the start had sealed his fate. The ice and fireballs flying in the air weren't static. As they flew, they constantly shrank in size. By the time the small tornado appeared, the ice and fireballs had shrunk to 1/5 of their original size. Although there wasn't much difference on the surface, the magic elements in these 2 small magic spells had already become violent due to the compression. The fireball instantly accelerated and collided with the ice ball. Boom! A violent explosion of ice, fire, and wind energy erupted at the same time. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, forcing Alu to retreat several steps. He never imagined that 2 spells that weren't even worth the second price would be able to destroy his Tier 4 tornado so easily. However, what surprised him the most was that when facing an enemy, Nian Bing never had the habit of holding back. Amidst the explosion, a pair of ice and fireballs quietly slid past the shockwave and arrived in front of Alu. A laughable scene followed. Unable to defend himself in time, Arlen actually used his magic staff to strike at the 2 balls of ice and fire. Less than a second after the previous explosion, another similar explosion rang out. However, this time, the explosion was a mix of sounds, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Lu's magic staff disappeared in the explosion. The magic robe on his body seemed to be a good treasure. It actually protected his body from being destroyed by the explosion. Unfortunately, The robe could only protect the body. His hands that were holding the magic staff had disappeared. Blood was quickly flowing out from the severed hands. Ao Lu was lying on the ground because of the severe pain he was constantly rolling. The match started quickly and ended even faster. In less than half the time of the previous match, everything was over and it ended in a tragic way. The two water mages responsible for the first aid rushed to the stage and used magic to stop Alu's bleeding. Everyone knew that even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to participate in the following matches. The smile on Nianbing's face did not disappear because of the scene in front of her. She gently shook her head, thinking to herself that if it weren't for the magic robe, Alu's body would have ended up like his hands. What a pity, he was a magician after all, and the ice and fire aura attached to her ice and fireballs were not enough to kill him. It seemed that she could only let him go. At the end of the match, the boundary of the fire cloud cover naturally disappeared. A blue figure quickly rushed to the stage and rushed towards Nianbing without any hesitation. It was the aura of water. Nianbing seemed to have expected this. With a flash of light, a cyan sword appeared in his hand. Red and blue lights appeared under his feet. The cyan wind blew his body back. In the process of floating, he quickly recited a spell. The attacker who suddenly appeared was naturally the water mage who came with Alu. Seeing his companion's hands being cruelly blown off by Nianbing, how could he bear it? In his rage, he had already lost all sense of reason. Streaks of instantaneous water arrows shot towards Nianbing continuously. The cyan light shone on the sword. Under the precise control of Nianbing, the wind blade of the proud heaven sword easily broke the attack of the water arrows. The cyan light on the proud heaven sword continued to rise. Nianbing's eyes showed a trace of cruel cold light. At this time, there were 6 people on the stage. In addition to Nianbing and the water mage, there was also Alu who was in a coma, 2 water archmages who were treating him, and Rong Fei who was paying attention to Alu's situation. Rong Fei was frowning as he looked at Alu's injuries. Suddenly, he felt the magical aura on the stage and couldn't help but look up. From the surface, Nianbing was being forced to retreat by the water mage. He couldn't help but frown and shouted, "Stop!" Just as the word came out of his mouth, Nianbing moved. The originally retreating figure suddenly stopped. The proud heaven sword instantly erupted with a dazzling cyan light. The wind-chanting stone brought a distant sound of wind. In midair, the cyan light condensed into a huge wind blade more than 10 feet long. When Rong Fei shouted the word "Stop," blood bloomed like a flower. The cyan wind blade was the 6th rank wind spell Aeolus / How could the water mage resist such a powerful attack with only the magic items on his body when he lost his mind? His body was completely cut in 2, blood staining the stage red. The residual power of Aeolus slash left a deep mark more than 2 feet long on the stage. Coincidentally, the tail flame of Aeolus slash just happened to pass through the gap between the bodies of the 2 water mages, cutting Alu on the ground in 2. Blood spilled all over the 2 water archmages. Nianbing's face showed a panicked expression. "Ah, sorry, I'm really sorry. Magic is hard to control in a panic." At this time, Rong Fei had already arrived in front of Nianbing, the light of the flames rising in an instant, enveloping Nianbing in it. What a ruthless method! Nianbing lowered her head and said with an aggrieved expression, "I'm sorry, referee, I didn't mean to. It's very difficult to control the power of one's magic in a magic competition, so Alu's hand was cut off. You saw what happened afterwards. Alu also attacked me indiscriminately. I only acted to protect myself. He was the one who broke the rules first. If I didn't resist, wouldn't I be killed by him? I also used all my strength in the last attack to protect myself. Who knew that he would be like a piece of paper, so vulnerable? As for Alu, he can only count himself as unlucky. Magic doesn't have eyes." Rong Fei's eyes flashed. Although he didn't care about the life and death of the magicians from the Qi Empire, after all, this new magician competition was held in the Huarong Empire. After all, 2 contestants from the Qi Empire died so inexplicably on the first day of the competition. After all, it was difficult to explain to the Qi Empire. However, Nian Bing's words were reasonable, and there was no overstep in the slightest. Everything was according to the rules of the competition, and now no one could prove that he killed the 2 magicians on purpose. Looking at the hesitant look in Rong Fei's eyes, Nian Bing smiled and said, "Mr. Referee, shouldn't you give me the victory?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over the other contestants below the stage. Except for Rong Bing and Bing Yin, the other contestants couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. Nian Bing's ruthlessness made them feel a sense of crisis in their hearts, especially the 2 female magicians from the Ottoman Empire. At this time, their faces were very ugly. Such a bloody scene had left a deep mark in their minds. Rong Fei looked at Prince Rong, who was watching the competition. Prince Rong calmly nodded at him. Rong Fei took a deep breath and reluctantly announced that Nian Bing was the winner of the second round of the competition. Nian Bing walked down the stage with a smile on his face. He returned to his original position and thought to himself coldly. He was at least ranked 8th now. He didn't try to hide anything. At the same time, he knew that anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he had purposely led the 2 of them to their deaths. He was playing with his own life by giving his enemies a chance. He was using their underestimation and anger to clear the way for him. Why wouldn't he do that? Anyway, the fact that he could use many types of magic would be exposed sooner or later. So it didn't matter if it was exposed a little earlier. After all, his true strength was still far from being displayed. At this time, the situation of the competition had become more subtle because of the disappearance of the 2 contestants. The contestants who should have been glad that there were fewer opponents didn't feel that way, especially the contestants of the second group. In their eyes, the weak magicians had suddenly become tyrannical killers. In a moment, their mentality had changed. Chapter 106. Emperor Hua Tian's gaze fell on Nian Bing. Beside him, Inua was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. In Inua's eyes, Nian Bing was a gentle young man without any temper. However, everything that happened before was so real. Although Emperor Hua Tian was surprised, there was a bit of appreciation in his eyes. In the past, when he, Prince Rong, and Su Yi were building their own business, they killed countless people. It was by relying on their iron and blood methods that the prototype of the Huarong Empire was formed. This young man was able to kill the enemy without batting an eyelid at such a young age. He was definitely not a simple person. When did the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Union become so strong? Unforeseen events were unforeseen events. The competition still had to continue. The bloodstains on the stage couldn't be cleaned up for the time being. After the 2 corpses were carried down, Rong Fei announced the start of the 3rd round. Nian Bing gave Rong Bing an encouraging look. Rong Bing's face added a bit of coldness. The moment he stepped on the stage, a strong fighting spirit swept through his whole body. Among the people present, only he understood the whole purpose of Nian Bing's killing. It wasn't to reduce the number of enemies, but more importantly, it was for himself. That water magician from the Qilu Empire had a bye in the first round, and the next round was Group 1's bye. Tomorrow he would be facing the water magician from Group 1's Group 5. Nian Bing was afraid that he wouldn't be able to recover after fighting with Qin Huan Bingyin. So she lured that water magician to the stage and killed him. This way, he would have more time to rest. He wouldn't have to worry about anything in today's competition. For his brother's actions, Rong Bing only felt gratitude. Qin Huan Bingyun slowly stepped on the stage. Even when Nian Bing killed her opponent, her expression didn't change in the slightest. Huarong Empire's fire magician, Rong Bing. Rong Bing deliberately emphasized his name. His goal today was to melt the iceberg in front of him. Ice God Tower's ice and snow priestess Bing Yin. Bing Yan's pleasant voice and cold tone were her distinctive characteristics. Rong Fei took a deep look at Rong Bing. After giving him an encouraging look, he immediately announced the start of the competition. This was the third match of the day, and it was also expected to be the most exciting match. Nian Bing's gaze became abnormally hot. He waited. She was waiting for the battle between her elder brother and the successor of the ice goddess. The fire cloud cover appeared again. Rong Fei retreated to the side and announced the start of the match. Unlike the previous two matches, where attacks were launched at the start of the match, Ice Melt and Frozen Cloud didn't move. They didn't want to give each other a chance. A red flame surrounded Ice Melt's body and rose into the air, while Frozen Cloud's body was surrounded by a blue light. Red and blue. They each occupied half of the stage. Although the two hadn't really attacked, the ice and fire magic elements in the air had already begun to attack each other. A strong smell of gunpowder spread between the four cold eyes. Melting Ice moved first. He stretched out his right hand, and a magic staff made of red coral appeared in his hand. There were 9 fiery red gems inlaid on the magic staff. As he waved it gently, the fire elements around him became active. Although it was not a divine magic staff, it was not a divine magic staff. Although it wasn't a magic staff, its power was definitely not small. The situation on the stage suddenly changed. The originally clear blue and red simultaneously turned blue. That wasn't because Frozen Cloud's attack covered the ice-melting energy, but rather because the originally red flames around his body had turned blue. Just this point alone was enough to cause a huge commotion. This was already a symbol of his Archmage strength. The huge pressure continued to spread towards Bingyin. The ice aura she emitted gradually shrank towards her body under the pressure. However, Bingyin didn't move, as if this had nothing to do with her. Nian Bing had experienced the power of blue flames before. Furthermore, she could use it now. If fire magic wasn't looked at according to the magic stages that could be used, there were 3 types of fire magic. The color of flames could be divided into 3 levels. The most common was naturally red flames, and when a mage's penetrative power reached red flames, it meant that he had entered the realm of a sorcerer. Blue flames were called true flames, and their heat was at least 3 times that of red flames. The most powerful type was purple flames. They were also called heavenly flames. In the previous battle with Prince Rong, Nian Bing had tried her best, but still couldn't resist the flaming lion that Prince Rong had condensed using heavenly flames. Heavenly flames consumed a lot of magic power. A fire archmage could only release an instant attack with all their strength. Any attack that used heavenly flame clogs could reach the level of a level 11 forbidden spell. Rong Bing took a step forward and slowly raised the red coral staff in his hand. The blue flames burned even more fiercely. With so many fire elements as the foundation, no matter what kind of fire magic was used, the incantation time would be reduced by a lot. At this moment, the most nervous person in the audience was Inua. Her small hands were already tightly gripping her dress. She was so nervous that her delicate body was slightly trembling, afraid that her lover would be injured. Bingyin finally moved. Her shoulders shook slightly, and the ice elements that were originally suppressed suddenly counterattacked, pushing back the blue flames that were attacking the center of the stage. Rong Bing only saw a blur in front of him, and there were actually 9 Bingyens in front of him. These weren't space magic, but 9 ice sculptures formed from ice. Without question, the real Bingyin was definitely behind one of the ice sculptures. The cold incantation slowly sounded. Bingyen's attack was about to begin. To be able to condense 9 ice sculptures in an instant, even Nian Bing, who was also proficient in ice magic, admitted that she couldn't do it without leaving a trace. She stood on Rong Bing's side, but also couldn't find Bingyen's position. Rong Bing knew that he couldn't wait any longer. "Oh, great god of fire, please allow me to borrow your right hand, to let the flames descend upon the world, to pounce on all evil forces, to let the flames illuminate the earth, to destroy all obstacles. Fire god's right hand." The blue flames ignored the ice element suppression and instantly condensed in front of Rongbing. Nian Bing was shocked. She had a new understanding of her brother's strength. She never would have thought that Rongbing could actually use this magic. It was different from the fire god's left hand that Nian Bing often used. This fire god's right hand was a level 9 magic that could only be used by magicians close to the level of Magister. Nian Bing knew that she couldn't do this. Her brother's fire magic was indeed stronger than hers. Something's not right. Nian Bing discovered problem. Rongbing's body was very stable, and there weren't any signs of excessive magic consumption. However, the 9 red gems on the magic staff in his hand were emitting a strange light. Yes, it was this magic staff's effect that allowed her brother to use Fire God's right hand so smoothly. In that case, would her own Fire God's roar be able to do the same thing? Yes, it definitely could. The Fire God Stone was a top-grade God Stone. An idea flashed through her mind. Nian Bing suddenly realized that she had always kept the treasure trove by her side and hadn't excavated it. If she could fully utilize the power of her treasured magic knives, then her strength would be at its current level. At the very least, she should be able to reach the peak of Magister. Fire God's right hand appeared. Compared to Fire God's left hand, the right hand was obviously much thicker. The blue flames condensed into a huge right hand. The blue flames on the huge right hand converged, and pieces of blue armor covered the huge right hand. Rongbing pointed his magic staff forward. Fire God's right hand suddenly rushed out, drawing an arc in the air. Without the blue flames, the light from Fire God's right hand was actually like ice magic. However, in the next moment, the 9 ice sculptures disappeared without warning. Not even a trace of water was left behind. They were completely vaporized by the scorching aura. Rongbing didn't get excited because he destroyed the other party's ice sculptures in one fell swoop. This was because he realized that he had already robbed Bing Yan's figure. The surroundings had completely turned into a world of ice. Inside the fire cloud shield, it was a huge ice shield. The surface area of the ice shield was very large and didn't look solid. However, there was no ice at all, leaving him a space that was just enough for him to stand on. Rong Fei looked at the solid ice that was constantly condensing in front of him in surprise. His brows were tightly knitted, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Rongbing's heart was slightly flustered. Fire God's right hand was in front of him, and he quickly blasted 5 punches to the surroundings. Immediately, 5 huge holes were blasted in the ice wall that surrounded him. However, he still couldn't find Bing Yan's figure. Pieces of strange ice were still condensing. Some of the ice was like a mirror that reflected Rongbing's appearance. The cold aura was constantly pressing inward. Although he had Fire God's right hand to protect his body, Rongbing could still feel his magical power being consumed rapidly. Rongbing didn't act rashly. He used his mental strength to explore the surrounding ice, trying to find Bing Yan's figure. He knew that Bing Yan's magic wouldn't be any easier than his. Once he locked onto her position and launched a thunderous attack, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity. Even if he could only find Bing Yan's figure at the last moment, he still had the confidence to win. At this time, he remembered what his grandfather, Prince Rong, said. In the case of similar magical power, technique and control of magic were the key to a mage's victory. When his mental strength came into contact with the ice, he could only feel the cold aura. The coldness stimulated Rongbing's mental strength, causing him to feel dizzy. Even with the help of a high-grade magic staff, it was extremely taxing to maintain a 9th-grade magic. He couldn't maintain this magic for much longer. At this time, a strange change occurred. The ice shield that surrounded Rongbing and was the same size as the competition stage suddenly spun. At first, it spun very slowly, but the spinning speed kept increasing. Ice fog rose from the ice shield, and all kinds of illusions were constantly produced on the smooth ice surface and ice fog. The attack that Rongbing was waiting for did not come. The surrounding cold air was getting colder and colder. His heart was beating faster and faster. Nianbing, it seems that I can only rely on you to defeat her. You have to watch carefully. Thinking of this, Rongbing suddenly raised the magic staff in his hand. With a loud shout, the fire god's right hand rushed to the sky. Nianbing also couldn't see Bing Yan's figure below the stage. The huge ice shield also blocked everyone's vision. He wanted to use his mental strength to explore, but his mental strength couldn't penetrate the fire cloud shield outside. Other than the initial attack when the ice shield was first formed, Rongbing didn't make any other sound. Seeing the huge ice shield spinning quickly, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This Bing Yan was indeed worthy of the title of Thousand Illusions. She actually took advantage of the time when her brother was forming the fire god's right hand to use the magic that controlled the entire competition stage. Just when Nianbing didn't know whether Rongbing could successfully defeat Bing Yan, the huge ice shield suddenly shone with a blue light. Without any warning, an unusually strong explosion occurred. The fire cloud shield sank into ice powder, and the spinning ice shield was completely blown to pieces. Nianbing was shocked. He knew that Rongbing had detonated the fire god's right hand. With such a strong explosive force, could he withstand it while inside the ice shield? Subconsciously, he took a step in the direction of the competition stage. The ice mist and the fire cloud touched and gradually disappeared. Rongbing's figure appeared in the arena. His face was abnormally pale, and a layer of red flames flashed around his body. A necklace appeared in front of his chest, and the red gem on the necklace was dim. He relied on the red coral staff in his hand to support his body so that he wouldn't fall. Frozen Cloud stood not too far away from melted ice. Compared to when she had first stood on the stage, she hadn't changed much. However, her chest was heaving up and down. It was clear that she had consumed a lot of mana. She had an extra magic staff about a foot long in her hand. The whole staff seemed to be made of ice, and it emitted a faint ice mist. Rongbing said with difficulty, "Good," as expected of Qianhuan Bingyan. "I can't compare to you in terms of magic. Can you tell me the name of the magic you just used?" Bingyan said calmly, "You are an opponent worthy of respect. What I just used was the Thousand Illusions domain that my teacher specially created for me. In this ice domain, I am not far away. Although you are very strong, you used your big magic too early, which gave me the chance to use the Thousand Illusions domain. In this world of ice, how can a fire archmage like you win? Thousand Illusions domain, okay, I admit defeat." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Rongbing fell unconscious. However, he still stood on the stage with the help of the red coral staff and didn't fall down. "Rongbing!" Inua shouted anxiously. A red figure flashed, and Rongji appeared on the stage. He looked at Bingyan full of fighting spirit and carried Rongbing's body away from the stage. Nianbing let out a sigh of relief. Although Rongbing was unconscious, he knew that it was only because he had used too much magic and had been hit by the impact of magic. At the same time, he could also see that Bingyan was injured. When Vulcan's right hand exploded, her body must have been severely shaken. Although she tried her best to maintain her original appearance, the hand holding the staff was trembling slightly. Although it wasn't obvious, Nianbing could still see it clearly. The fourth match was between Team 2's number 3, Rongji, and Team 2's number 4, a spatial magician from the Ottoman Empire. At this time, because the two magicians from the Qilu Empire were disabled, the two groups had a slight change in their arrangement. Team 1's number 1, Mu Rong, number 2, Fei Fei, number 3, Bing Yun, number 4, Rongbing, number 5, dead. Team 2's number 1, Nianbing, number 2, dead, number 3, Rongji, number 4, a spatial magician from the Ottoman Empire, number 5, Mu Jing. Rongji carried Rongbing off the stage and returned to the trial hall. At this time, Inua also quietly left, obviously to take care of her beloved man. Rongji didn't say anything and directly stepped onto the stage. The spatial magician from the Ottoman Empire was already prepared. Seeing Rongji on the stage, he smiled at him, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. "I will definitely defeat you. Remember my name. I am Lanlan, a spatial magician." Rongji indifferently said, "Hwarong Empire's fire magician, Rongji." The smile on Lanlan's face suddenly disappeared and he coldly snorted, "I won't be merciful." The hatred between the Ottoman Empire and the Hwarong Empire had long since worsened in the last war. Facing an enemy magician, Lanlan's eyes almost spat fire. Rongji still had the same wooden expression. "I don't kill women." Rong Fei looked at his grandnephew and shook his head helplessly. Rongji's talent in magic was no less than ice melts. Unfortunately, he was only interested in magic. Otherwise, the third generation of the Rong family wouldn't have allowed Rong Bing to dominate the family. Let the match begin. Lan Lan's reaction was clearly much faster than Rongji's. A small silver magic staff appeared with a flip of her wrist. Taking a step forward, the space around her suddenly became illusory. She quickly chanted an incantation. Relying on the low-level space-time distortion magic around her, ordinary low-level magic was useless against her. Rongji's eyes revealed a rare trace of pity. He shook his head and didn't even take out his magic staff. He also chanted an incantation, and a red flame suddenly rose. Unlike the melting ice, his blue flames did not burn to the level of true fire. His chanting speed was very fast, and his voice was low, like a murmur, making it impossible for people to hear what he was chanting. However, the flames around his body became stronger and stronger. Nian Bing saw Rongji's incantation and couldn't help but be shocked. He was very clear about the difficulty of this incantation. Changing the intonation of the incantation required a thorough understanding of magic. He had dared to experiment before, but because he spent most of his energy on training in mimicry magic, he hadn't succeeded until now. At this time, he had already regarded this elder brother of his as the strongest competitor in the group. Lan Lan's incantation speed was also very fast. Perhaps because her magic was of a lower level than Rongji's, she actually completed it first. Space-time rotation. The silver light turned into a halo and scattered. Wherever the halo passed, the space on the competition stage gradually became distorted. No one knew what she was doing. This seemed to be a special space magic. Lan Lan couldn't help but feel a little proud. She seemed to have researched this magic herself. It was because of this magic that she could participate in this competition as a space magician, whose attack power was relatively weak. Rongji opened his eyes and stared blankly at the approaching silver halo. The flames around his body suddenly rushed out, but when the flames met with the silver halo, the flames turned around and rushed towards Rongji. Rongji didn't panic. He just looked at Lan Lan and shook his head. Lan Lan was slightly angry and said, "Why are you shaking your head? Do you think you can win? No matter what magic you use, under the effect of space-time rotation, it will be applied to you. Hurry up and admit defeat, and I will spare your life." Rongji calmly said, "You are too complacent. Although your magic is strange, I am a fire magician. So what if the magic backfires? No matter what kind of magic it is, there is a limit to how much it can withstand. Take my attack, meteor shower." The red light around his body condensed into balls. Although the silver halo had already covered his body, Rongji didn't seem to notice. Meteors condensed from fire appeared one by one. At the beginning, there were only 3 or 5. Gradually, there were dozens of them, each with an unusually violent aura. Rongji didn't attack Lan Lan, nor did he control these meteors. He just let them fly around the competition stage. Seeing this, Nian Bing's eyes couldn't help but brighten. She already understood Rong Ji's method. Although Lan Lan's magic was strange, the main point of her magic was to form a spatial force field on the competition stage. In this spatial force field, any enemy's attack on her would be reflected back. However, this spatial force field had a certain tolerance. When the attack reached a certain level, the spatial force field would no longer exist. Rong Ji's method was very domineering. He relied on his superior magic to win. Although this method wasn't very clever, it was undoubtedly very effective. The sound of glass shattering came from the competition stage. Rong Ji controlled the meteors to explode one after another. It even affected Rong Fei. Every explosion caused the entire competition stage to shake violently. The sound of glass shattering also became more obvious. Finally, the space-time rotation was no longer effective. Dozens of meteors had already hit Lan Lan's body. As long as Rong Ji willed it, he would be able to turn this space attribute girl into ashes. Lan Lan's expression changed greatly. You cheated. You cheated. Woo-woo. In the face of defeat, she actually cried. Rong Ji was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He hurriedly stopped his meteors and said, somewhat woodenly, "You lost." Lan Lan glared hatefully at Rong Ji, tears rolling down her beautiful face. "You're the one who lost. You cheated." Rong Ji frowned. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At the side, Rong Fei also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Ottoman Empire was too much of a child's play. The contestant they sent was actually so weak. She was like a child. The competition ended like a farce. Although Lan Lan didn't want to admit it, she didn't lose. Emperor Hua Tian announced that the contestants who won on the first day of the competition would receive a reward of 100 purple coins. The competition would continue tomorrow. The contestants who didn't have to come. Nian Bing was worried about her brother's condition. While she was looking for him in the distance, Inua appeared. "Nian Bing, come. Your brother asked me to call you over." Inua's eyes were a little red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried. Nian Bing was overjoyed. She hurriedly went forward and asked sister-in-law, "How is my brother? Is his injury serious?" Inua glanced at the people who were gradually dispersing and said, "Come with me first." Under her lead, the two walked into the palace. With Inua's status, naturally no one would stop them. As they walked, Nianbing said to Inua, "Your brother's injury isn't serious. With the fire cloud necklace that he's wearing, most of the impact from the explosion of Fire God's right hand was offset. However, this failure is a heavy blow to his spirit. You have to persuade him more. You also know the relationship between the Huarong Empire and the Ice Moon Empire. Your Rong family and the Ice God Tower have always been rivals. This failure..." Nianbing nodded. She said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will persuade him more." When Nianbing arrived at the place where Rongbing was recuperating, she was surprised to find that Inua had actually brought Rongbing to her boudoir. Nianbing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She stopped outside the door and said, "Sister-in-law, you and my brother haven't officially married yet. It seems inappropriate for you to let him recuperate here. Is it appropriate for me to go in?" Inua snorted and said, "What's inappropriate about it? I don't believe that anyone dares to talk nonsense. Even grandfather won't oppose it. If others talk nonsense, I will cut off their tongue. Hurry up and go in with me. Aren't you anxious?" Rongbing was lying on Inua's bed in silence, looking at the ceiling. His eyes were a little blurred, as if he was thinking about something. He didn't even notice that Nianbing and Inua had come in. Inua whispered to Nianbing, "You talk to him. It's easier for you men to communicate with each other. Nianbing, you have to help him more. Other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who can help him recover. Do you know? Since you came, Rongbing has smiled more than I've known him for so many years. I'm a little jealous." Nianbing nodded to Inua and didn't say anything. However, his eyes had already told Inua everything. Inua seemed to be relieved. She slowly retreated and closed the door. Brother, I'm here. Nianbing walked to the bed and sat down. Rongbing's eyes looked at Nianbing with a little more vigor. You saw it. I lost. His voice was very calm, without a trace of dejection. Nianbing sighed and said, winning or losing is not important. Losing this time doesn't mean that you will lose in the future. Isn't that right? Rongbing's face showed a trace of a smile and said, Don't worry, I can still bear this blow. I asked Inua to call you over, not to hear you comfort me. I want to hear what you think about Qianhuan Bingyun's magic. Nianbing was relieved. That woman's magic is indeed very powerful. What's the matter with the 1,000 illusion domain that you mentioned? I couldn't see the changes from the outside. Brother, you were in it, so you should feel it the most. However, did you notice something? Although she won, she was also injured. Rongbing proudly said, That's of course. We are both magic shooters. If she could completely defeat me, then all my years of magic training would have been in vain. Nianbing thought for a while and said, Brother, what was the situation at that time? How did you lose? Also, what's the matter with this so-called domain? I have seen the concept of domain in some magic books, but I still don't understand it. What is a domain? Could it be referring to the range of magic? Rongbing shook his head and said, Of course it's not that simple. A magic domain is not something mysterious. Every mage can have their own domain. It's just that the strength of the domain is different. The so-called domain refers to a space that is built according to one's imagination with one's magic as the foundation. The stronger the magic, the bigger the space. And because this space is built according to the mage's own thoughts, it will produce specific effects. For example, the domain that 1,000 illusion ice cloud used today, the most obvious feature of it was that it excluded all magic elements apart from the ice element. Within her domain, my mana would be depleted at an even faster rate, and I wouldn't be able to replenish it. Although I broke her domain in the end by relying on the explosion of the fire god's right hand, I faintly felt that the power of her domain hadn't been fully displayed. It's very likely that there are still some secrets in it. After all, it's a domain that the ice goddess priestess guided her to complete. The changes in it can't be that simple. The reason why Qianhuan Bingyun was injured wasn't because her domain wasn't strong enough, but because she didn't expect that I would take the risk of injuring myself by detonating the fire god's right hand. That's why I was able to injure her. Nianbing, if you meet her, you must be careful. Her control over the ice element has already reached the point where she can command it like an extension of her arm, especially this 1,000 illusion domain. The best way to deal with it is to not let it display its might. Nianbing thought for a moment and said, Brother, her magic power seems to be at the level of a magic shooter. But when you were fighting, did you feel that her magic aura seemed to be purer than yours? This allowed her to consume less magic power to achieve the same effect. Although your magic power was equal in the beginning, even if she didn't use that 1,000 illusion domain, her magic power would gradually gain the upper hand in the battle. Rongbing looked at Nianbing with some astonishment. Recalling the previous battle, he nodded in deep agreement. The onlooker sees more clearly. You're right. Her magic purity is very high. I always thought that my own magic purity was already very good, but compared to her, it's still a bit lacking. What's going on? Could it be that the ice goddess priestess is really that mystical? Or does she have some kind of special magic item? Nianbing shook her head and said, I'm afraid that only she knows this kind of secret. Brother, you can rest assured. When I meet her, I will definitely avenge you. Chapter 107. Rongbing smiled and said, Of course, I have confidence in you. Your magic changes are no less than hers. Nianbing, listen to me. If it's not necessary, don't kill too many people. I know you did what you did in the competition today, mostly for me, but it's obviously unwise to make more enemies. Do you understand? A cold light flashed through Nianbing's eyes. Brother, you've seen through me. Rongbing nodded and said, Unfortunately, I made you worry for nothing. In the end, I still lost." Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "During the competition today, you heard what that magician called Ao Lu said to me on the stage, right? At that time, he was already my enemy. Besides, in front of Prince Rong, I would never show weakness." Rong Bing sighed inwardly. He knew that Nian Bing's estrangement with the Rong family still existed. After all, the death of Rong Tian and his wife was a great shock to him. It couldn't be easily resolved by a few words of comfort and his own family affection. "Nian Bing, I won't persuade you much, but you must guard your heart well. Don't let it be devoured by the devil. Excessive killing will not only affect your heart, it will also affect your magic. Do you understand?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Brother, I will remember what you said. You can rest assured. I'm very clear about the difference between benefactors and enemies. Someone once tried to persuade me like this. But how can I not take revenge? I can't, and you can't do the same. The hatred for my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. As long as I can avenge them, even if I really become a devil, I will do it." Rong Bing was startled. It was the first time he saw Nian Bing show such an extreme side. He couldn't help but worry. But at this moment, he really didn't know how to persuade his brother. "Brother, have a good rest. Sister-in-law is really good to you. She actually let you recuperate in her boudoir. Although you don't have to compete tomorrow, you should still take care of your body. Don't work too hard at night." Nian Bing teased Rong Bing, making the originally heavy atmosphere in the room become relaxed again. Rong Bing laughed and scolded, "You brat, you only know how to make fun of me. Hurry up and go back. Feng Nu is still waiting for you." Nian Bing nodded slightly and said, "Brother, although I don't have a match tomorrow, I will still come over. At that time, I will observe the other matches. Then, analyze their strength and plan accordingly." Rong Bing nodded and said, "Judging from today's competition, apart from Qian Huanyun, the strongest contestants are you and Rong Ji. That Mu Rong's nature magic also has a domain, but he needs too much time. With our strength, we won't give him that chance. Flames won't promote the growth of plants. As for his sister, who didn't participate, she shouldn't be too strong. You will have a bye in the next round, and then you'll have to face Mu Jing. At that time, if you are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. However, if you want to be the final champion, you must defeat Rong Ji. Although I didn't see Rong Ji's performance before, I think it should be very easy for him to defeat that magician from the Ottoman Empire, right?" Nian Bing nodded and carefully explained Rong Ji's previous point. After listening to Nian Bing's description, Rong Bing was shocked. "You're saying that Rong Ji has already found a way to shorten the incantation? Meteor shower isn't an ordinary magic. If I didn't have a believer's magic staff, it would be difficult for me to use this magic. But not only can he quickly chant the incantation, he can also control it so that it won't hurt anyone. It seems that Rong Ji's overall strength is not weaker than mine. He doesn't know your identity. Once you meet him, I'm afraid he won't hold back. You must be careful. Don't let a scene of brothers fighting each other." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Brother, do you think I'll need him to hold back? The battle with Rong Ji will be the final shot before Qianhuan Bingyun and I meet. As long as he isn't a magus, I have confidence in winning." Miss, you're injured." A cry of surprise came from the carriage. Ever since leaving the Ice God Tower, Qianhuan Bingyun had been living in her own carriage. She didn't even go out to eat. "It's okay. It's just that my meridians were shaken. As expected of the Rong family's descendant, he isn't weaker than me in terms of magic power. If it wasn't for the miraculous use of the 1,000 illusion domain, it wouldn't have been easy for me to win against him. None of the Rong family's people are simple. I still have 2 powerful enemies to face later. Young miss, should we tell the 7th prince about your current situation? I remember he said that he had brought a lot of healing panacea with him. It should be good for your injuries." "No need. I don't want others to know about my injuries. However, today's competition is very strange. The strength of that Magus from the Ice Moon Empire's Magus Guild, who was originally weak, greatly exceeded my expectations. He and the other contestant from the Roang family are both obstacles to my final victory. Miss, who did the Ice Moon Empire send this time? It should be Long Ji's daughter. Is she very strong? No, it's not Long Ji's daughter. It's a young man. His name seems to be Nianbing. It sounds familiar. If I remember correctly, the chef from Alin City was also called Nianbing. Then should I call the 7th prince over and ask him? Forget it. I need to rest. I still have a battle tomorrow. Before I left, my master told me that no matter what, I must become the final champion of this competition in the Huarong Empire. I was a little careless today, but from tomorrow onwards, I won't be careless anymore. Her ice-cold voice was filled with chilliness. The glory of the ice goddess will always shine upon you. Nianbing left the imperial palace and slowly walked towards the direction of the inn, although he purposely made the atmosphere more relaxed. Rongbing's words still deeply touched his heart. Will killing really turn me into a demon? Why is it like this? Dad, Mom, how good would it be if you were still alive? Nianbing misses you so much. So many years have passed, but I still don't have the ability to go up the Ice God Tower. However, you don't have to worry. No matter what others say, I will definitely avenge you. Even if I have to pay with my life, I won't let that ice goddess priestess have an easy life. Thinking of revenge, he couldn't help but think of the Earth-Fire Dragon King, Garamandes, who helped him the most after he left the Peach Blossom Forest. Garamandes, when are you coming back? Once this competition is over, I will be able to get all 7 magic blades. I can only complete the mimicry magic. I still need your guidance. Hurry up and come back. In Nianbing's heart, Garamandes was like a teacher and a friend to him. In the beginning, when he cooked for Garamandes, it was purely for the sake of survival. However, as his understanding of Garamandes deepened, he gradually discovered that although Garamandes had a bad mouth, he was indeed worthy of the title of Fire Dragon King. From the time he met Garamandes, although Garamandes' mouth was powerful, he had never killed a single human. His various abuses towards him had also benefited him greatly, and he had even imparted the miraculous mimicry magic to him. These favors caused Nianbing to abandon all prejudices when cooking for Garamandes later on, and cook for him wholeheartedly. Garamandes had already left for a period of time. Nianbing missed him very much. He believed in his joking voice, believed in his pretentious appearance, and also believed in his vast and profound knowledge. Nianbing, who was in deep thought, didn't notice that a huge fatso was standing on the side of the street. This fatso was over 2 meters tall, and his huge neck was like several water tanks combined. He was holding a bag of food in his hand and continuously stuffing it into his mouth. His small eyes, which were squeezed by his fat, were staring at Nianbing. And this kid should be the ice and fire chef that appeared in the Ice Moon Empire. Baby Belly, you're about to have a good meal. And according to the information I gathered the day before yesterday, he seems to be participating in some kind of competition. I'll wait for a few more days. Hee, kid, you can't escape from my grasp. I don't know if the delicious food he makes is as good as those guys from the Clear Wind sect said, but I hope it is. Nianbing suddenly felt his spiritual power tremble slightly, and his ears heated up for no reason. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, he subconsciously looked in a direction, but all he saw was air. What's going on? Is someone following me? No. Could it be the guys from the Feng people again? Thinking of this, his heart secretly tightened. When his rationality encountered Feng news matters, he would often be a little flustered. Using his fastest speed, he rushed back to the hotel. Feng Nu was meditating in the room. Seeing that Feng Nu was safe and sound, Nianbing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was unaware that his actions were being watched by a pair of small eyes. Feng Nu felt Nianbing's breath and woke up from her meditation. "You're back." Her voice was very calm. "Aren't you going to ask me about the results of today's competition?" Nian Bing looked at his beloved woman with a smile. Feng Nu shook her head, taking the initiative to walk in front of Nian Bing and into his embrace. "I believe that you will definitely win, so there's no need to ask." After saying this, she tightly hugged Nian Bing's arm. Nian Bing's heart was moved. The heat from Feng Nu's body already told him that she was definitely not as relaxed as she said. Her heartbeat and the temperature of her skin proved that she had not entered into a meditative state at all. "Silly girl, you must be hungry. I'll cook for you. It's already past noon." Nian Bing gently stroked Feng Nu's pink hair, his heart filled with pity. Feng Nu raised her head to look at Nian Bing, her eyes revealing a trace of a smile. "No, you just finished the competition, so you must be tired. You don't need to cook for me today." Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment. Feng Nu had always relied on his cooking skills. "Then what should we do? Are we going out to eat? But the food we bought yesterday will go bad if we don't eat it." Feng Nu mysteriously pointed to the table and said, "I've always wanted you to cook for me. Today I also made a delicious meal for you to taste." Nian Bing then discovered that the table was covered with a layer of cloth. The cloth was supported by a sword. Feng Nu stepped forward and removed the cloth, immediately revealing 6 dishes and a soup. Nian Bing said in surprise, "When did you start cooking? I remember that you only knew how to cook porridge." Feng Nu giggled, stepped forward and hugged Nian Bing's arm. "I've been with you, the great chef, for so long, so I also know how to cook. Don't you think I'm very smart?" Nian Bing praised. "You are indeed very smart. It seems that you did a good job. Cooking pays attention to color, aroma, and taste. From the color, you can already be a master. Today, I'll taste my future wife's cooking skills." With that, he picked up the chopsticks. His heart was filled with warmth. What was more wonderful than his future wife's cooking? Waiting for him to come back and taste it. But he was at a loss, unaware that his nightmare was about to come. Nian Bing was really hungry. He couldn't wait to pick up the food with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Just as he chewed, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Is this delicious?" His gaze turned to Feng Nu, who had a look of expectation. He resisted the urge to vomit and swallowed the food that didn't taste anything other than salty food. How is it? How is it? Is it delicious?" Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing excitedly and asked. After all, this was the first time she had cooked so many complicated dishes. Nian Bing squeezed out a smile and praised, "Good, it's delicious. As long as it's cooked by you, it's delicious." Feng Nu said proudly, "I'm smart, right? I learned so quickly just by watching you cook." Nian Bing said tentatively, "You eat too. There are so many dishes." Feng Nu said, "After you left, I was hungry and went out to eat a lot. When I came back, I was busy cooking for you. I'm so full now I can't eat anymore. These are all specially made for you. Your appetite is not smaller than mine. Eat it all. Don't waste other people's good intentions." Nian Bing swallowed his saliva and looked at Feng Nu's gentle eyes. He smiled as if there was really a table of delicious dishes in front of him. He didn't show a trace of discomfort and quickly put the food into his mouth. He chewed quickly and swallowed quickly. He ate happily, like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, all the food into his stomach. The Phoenix Maiden watched with satisfaction as Nian Bing finished all the food. "Is it good?" Nian Bing gently looked at Feng Nu and said, "Of course it's delicious. Then I'll cook for you every day in the future, okay? How about this? In the future you cook for me, and I'll cook for you." Looking at Feng Nu's expectant eyes, Nian Bing smiled and nodded. "Okay, then let's start from dinner tonight. I'm going to meditate and recall the problems in today's competition and the strength of the contestants." Feng Nu nodded and said, "Okay, you meditate. I'll guard you. An hour later, Feng Nu, who was guarding Nianbing, suddenly found that Nianbing's face was very pale. Large drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. She was shocked and quickly came to Nianbing's side. She put her hand on his shoulder and carefully transferred her 9-leaf douqi into Nianbing's body to check his condition. She was afraid that he would go crazy. Soon, Feng Nu found that Nianbing's meridians and blood flow were somewhat chaotic, especially near his dantian. The blood flow was very fast, and there were signs of chaos. She quickly gathered her 9-leaf douqi and helped Nianbing sort out the chaotic breath. Nianbing's face gradually became better. He opened his eyes and said, "Feng Nu, I'm fine. I'm going to the washroom." In the morning, when the sun shone into the room, Nianbing almost crawled out of the washroom. His whole body was sore, and the feeling was not good. The figure in front of him had already split into two, but this time he felt that he was finally completely liberated. Feng Nu, who was waiting outside the washroom, quickly came forward to support him. "How is it? Are you better?" Nianbing reluctantly nodded and said weakly, "How many times has it been?" Feng Nu smiled bitterly the 23rd time. "How could this be? Are you poisoned? Since you came back yesterday, you have to go to the washroom almost every half an hour. You don't have to participate in today's competition." Nianbing reluctantly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just happened to have a bye today. I want to sleep for a while. I'm much better now. You can cook me some porridge for lunch." Feng Nu nodded and helped Nianbing to lie on the bed. The feeling of weakness came again and again, but Nianbing's heart was very calm. He closed his eyes and tightly held Feng Nu's small hand. His heart was warm, although he had gone to the washroom so many times. But he didn't blame the Phoenix lady at all. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still eat all the food. His consciousness gradually disappeared in a daze. Nianbing, who had been using meditation to replace sleep for a long time, finally fell into a deep sleep again. After an unknown amount of time, a rapid knocking sound woke Nianbing up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and found Feng Nu looking at him. After sleeping, he felt that his body was much better. "Go and open the door. I'm afraid it's my brother." Feng Nu agreed and let go of the hand that was held by Nianbing. He quickly walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, Inua and Rongbing were standing outside the door. When Rongbing saw Feng Nu, he immediately asked anxiously, "Feng Nu, where's my brother? Why didn't he go to the palace today?" Feng Nu let the two of them into the room and said with a bitter smile, "You can go and see him. He fell ill yesterday. I wanted to invite a doctor to take a look at him, but he didn't agree, no matter what. Now he's much better, but he's still a little weak." Rongbing was stunned for a moment and hurried inside. When he saw Nianbing, he was shocked. Was this still his brother? They had not seen each other for a day, but his face was sallow and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious that his body was in a half-collapsed state. His eyes were lifeless, and the strong magic fluctuations around his body had disappeared. "Nianbing, what's wrong with you? How did you become like this?" Nianbing said, "Brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Come and sit. I knew that you would find me today because I didn't go to the palace. How's your body? Have you recovered?" Rongbing said anxiously, "I'm fine. Let's not talk about me first. What happened to you?" Nianbing said with a bitter smile, "It's nothing. My stomach was a little uncomfortable, but it's much better now. Don't worry, I won't delay the competition tomorrow." Feng Nu said unhappily, "You're fine? Since you came back yesterday, you went to the toilet a total of 23 times. How can you have holes? In your current state, you won't be able to recover your vitality tomorrow. How can you participate?" Rongbing frowned and said, "What happened?" Nianbing, "Tell me, did someone do something to you?" Nianbing shook her head and said, "Brother, I'm really fine. I didn't go today. How's the competition? Who won?" Rongbing said, "Today's competition went very quickly. Needless to say, in our first group, Qianhuan Bingyun won again. Mu Rong had a bye, and that light magician lost to Qin Huan Bingyin. Because you killed those two guys from the Kiru Empire yesterday. Both groups only had one match. In your group, Rong Ji also had a bye, and that space magician was given to Mu Jing. The only thing that I found strange was Mu Jing. Her nature magic was even more powerful than her brother's. She seemed to have reached the level of Archmage. Tomorrow's battle will be between you and Mu Jing. You must be careful. However, in your current state, are you really able to participate in the competition? Nian Bing smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm in good health. I don't need to go to the toilet anymore. Resting for a day shouldn't be a problem. Brother, you should also appear tomorrow. You should also have a bye tomorrow. This way you can rest for a day." Rongbing nodded and said, "I'll have a bye tomorrow. But I really hope that the one who will have a bye tomorrow is you." Your current state, Nianbing shook her head and said, "Even if Mu Jing is an archmage, so what? I will definitely defeat her." Rongbing sighed and said, "Well, you have a good rest. I'll go back with Inua first. You really don't need to see a doctor?" Nianbing said, "No need. I'm already in the cave and my magic power is abundant. I just need to restore some physical strength and it'll be fine. After all, we are not warriors." Rongbing and Inua left. Feng Nu held a bowl of porridge and came to Nianbing. She used the 9-leaf douqi to make the porridge and fed it to Nianbing in small spoonfuls. Although the porridge cooked by Feng Nu was not delicious, it was no longer poison. Suddenly, Feng Nu's eyes flashed as if she thought of something. While feeding the porridge to Nianbing, she said, "Or I'll go and find the magician called Mu Jing." Nianbing was surprised and said, "Why are you looking for her?" "As long as you injure her, you don't need to compete tomorrow." Feng Nu didn't want Nianbing to be in danger. After all, Nianbing had killed Mu Rong and Mu Jing's servants. The other party would definitely not show mercy. She was very worried. Nianbing smiled and said, "No need. Believe me, I will win. You heard what I said to brother just now. I'm a magician. It's no big deal. I can use a few magic swords. Mu Jing is just relying on the strangeness of nature magic. For me, strangeness has no effect. I have already thought of a way to deal with her. You can rest assured. Really, you can't lie to me. If you have any injuries, don't worry, I still have to come back to eat the delicious food you make. And after drinking the porridge you cooked, I feel much better. I'm going to start meditating. You have been guarding me for a day. You should rest for a while. No need you meditate. I will protect you." The distracting thoughts in his mind gradually disappeared, and Nianbing gradually entered the ethereal state of meditation. When he entered the state of meditation, he was surprised to find that the weakness of his body made his spiritual energy feel particularly clear. It was as if he could clearly feel everything outside his body. The blue and red magic elements were constantly condensing in his body under the effect of his spiritual energy. They gathered in the upper and lower light balls in his body and circulated peacefully, just as Nianbing had predicted. The weakness of his body didn't affect the strength of his magic power. As it continued to condense, his magic power gradually increased to its peak state. Ling Nianbing, who was sensitive to spiritual energy, had a lot of ideas. The first thing he thought of was the scene of Rongbing using his magic staff on the first day of the competition. Although his magic staff wasn't very strong, it obviously couldn't compare to his roar of the fire god. However, he was far from being able to use it. Although his 6 magic swords could also increase his magic power, the increase wasn't obvious. Yes, he had 6 treasure troves by his side. If he could open all 6 treasure troves, how much help would it be to him? Thinking of this, Nianbing subconsciously probed his spiritual energy into his spatial ring. The spatial ring originally belonged to Nianbing, and its aura was connected to him. This was also the reason why Nianbing didn't need to hold the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in his hands when he meditated. As long as there was a connection with his spiritual energy, he could still easily communicate with his magic swords. Although they were stored in the ring, their ability to help Nian Bing meditate didn't weaken at all. The 6 familiar balls of light appeared in front of Nian Bing's spiritual energy. Nian Bing first chose the righteous yang sword that he was most familiar with. After all, the first thing he practiced when he was young was fire magic. The righteous yang sword was a ball of red light in the spatial ring. The light flickered and was filled with the aura of fire. Nian Bing released his spiritual energy and slowly enveloped the aura of fire. He could clearly feel every change in it. What he was looking for was a change that he could use. Only then could he unleash the power of the fire god sword. This was the first time Nian Bing had used his spiritual power to probe the Zhenyang saber. When his spiritual power entered the Zhenyang stallion's domain, he was shocked to find that what appeared in front of him was a sea of fire. The sea of fire was vast, and the Zhenyang saber seemed to be roaring in a low voice. The closer he got to the core of this domain, Nian Bing realized that his spiritual power was being depleted. Gradually, everything around him turned from red to blue, and then from blue to purple. Everything became like a fog. Nian Bing's spiritual power was compressed into a small ball by the surging heavenly fire energy. He could only protect himself, but he couldn't go any further. However, he could faintly feel that there was something calling out to him from the core of the righteous yang sword. It was an unusually familiar feeling. Spiritual light flashed as his spiritual energy was being suppressed and forced to retreat. Nian Bing suddenly understood that the core of the righteous yang sword was its soul. Wasn't its soul formed by combining his blood with the aura of the stone of fire? As long as his spiritual energy could come into contact with the soul within the blade, then this flaming divine blade would be completely under his control. Its energy would also be completely used by him. At that time, it would truly be the roar of the god of fire. Thinking of this, Nian Bing suddenly understood. If the righteous yang sword was like this, then what about the rest? Weren't all of the other swords like this? Although he understood this, he didn't continue to move towards the core of the righteous yang sword. This was because he knew that with his current strength, he might not be able to control these top-grade divine swords. His spiritual energy was limited, and he still had to face a strong enemy tomorrow. Now was not the time to overexert himself. When everything calmed down, he would find a chance to see if he could break through the internal energy barrier. Thinking of this, Nian Bing carefully withdrew his spiritual energy from the righteous yang sword and meditated in silence. By the time Nian Bing woke up from his meditation, the first rays of dawn had already appeared outside the window. It was gradually rising from the east. After a night of meditation, his body was in a much better condition. "You're awake. Have some more porridge." Feng Nu's gentle voice sounded. She brought a bowl of piping hot porridge to Nian Bing. Seeing the concern in Feng Nu's eyes, Nian Bing smiled and said, "I'm fine now." Passing the porridge to Nian Bing, Feng Nu was still worried and said, "Are you really fine?" Today's competition. Nian Bing quickly gulped down the porridge and jumped up from the bed. He stretched his stiff body and said, "I'm really fine. Why would I lie to you?" Stretching out his hand, he pulled the Phoenix girl's bouncy body into his embrace. Feeling the compatibility between the two of them, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He unconsciously lowered his head and kissed the Phoenix girl's slender neck. Feng Nu shrunk her neck and said with a smile, "Stop it. It tickles. Looking at you, you're really fine now. Be careful in today's competition. I'll wait for you at home." Nian Bing cupped Feng Nu's face and kissed her red lips. "I'll be back soon. Let me hug you for a while." He loved the feeling of hugging Feng Nu. Their hearts were close, and it was so wonderful. Only when he hugged Feng Nu could he temporarily put down the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Nian Bing couldn't help but think of Rong Bing's words. He sighed. Perhaps he had been blinded by hatred. He tightened his arms. Feng Nu's body was very warm. It warmed his body and also warmed his heart. After a long time, The sun outside shone into the room and bathed their bodies. Feng Nu seemed to have fallen asleep. Her head rested on Nian Bing's shoulder. Nian Bing gently stroked her long hair and felt Feng Nu's graceful curves. He felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. Feng Nu, do you think I should be obsessed with revenge? Feng Nu's eyes were still closed. Revenge must be taken. The revenge for my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. As a son, how can I not avenge them? However, Nian Bing, you have to understand that your enemy is only the ice goddess's priest and not anyone else. Don't lose hope in this world because of hatred, okay? I know that you suffered a lot in your childhood. All these years, you've always been ahead of yourself. However, there are still many warm places in this world. You still have your family and me. I know that your heart is closed because of hatred. Because of hatred, it's cold. Don't be like this anymore, okay? I want to see your sunny side. I want to see your sunny smile. Your heart is kind, but because of hatred, it becomes too extreme and cold. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 108. Nian Bing was silent for a while before saying, If I can't change my extreme views and hatred still affects my view of the world, will you still be with me? Feng Nu gently rubbed against Nian Bing's shoulder. Since I've already chosen, I've never thought of leaving. If you can't change your heart after you take your revenge, I'll accompany you to find a place with beautiful scenery. We'll no longer have any contact with the outside world and just live our own lives, okay? Nian Bing's body trembled slightly. Thank you, Feng Nu. I'll try my best to change myself. As long as you're by my side, my heart will be much calmer. Wait for me to come back. With warmth in her heart, Nian Bing kept recalling every word Feng Nu had said. She left the hotel. Today, she would be facing her second opponent in her group. On the third day of the competition, due to an accident on the first day, the 5 Nations Emerging Magician competition had changed from 4 matches a day to 2 matches a day. Today, the first match was between Mu Rong and Bing Yin. Before this, Bing Yin had already won 2 matches and Mu Rong had only won 1 match. At least from the current situation, the two of them were most likely to be in the top 2 in the group. This match was especially important for Mu Rong, as long as he could defeat Qianhuan Bingyin. Not only would he be first in the group, he might even be first in the entire competition. Nian Bing and Rong Bing were watching from below. None of the other contestants, including them, were optimistic about Mu Rong's chances. Qianhuan Bingyin was not only strong, but from the first match with Rong Bing to yesterday's match with magician Fei Fei, she had shown amazing magical control and gave people an unfathomable feeling. Relatively speaking, although Mu Rong was not weak, he was only a believer in the strangeness of natural magic. It was almost impossible to win against Bing Yin. Blue light flickered around Bing Yin's body. Her expression was still as cold as ever, and she didn't say anything unnecessary. Mu Rong seemed a little nervous. As soon as Rong Fei announced the start of the match, he immediately waved the staff in his hand. Countless vines swept towards Bing Yin. It was the same method he used to deal with Fei Fei in the first match. Unfortunately, Bing Yin was not Fei Fei. A layer of frost appeared without warning, and a large amount of ice fog appeared around Bing Yin's body. Her body floated backwards, and she was already hidden in the ice fog. Mu Rong sneered. He thought to himself that as long as the other party's life existed, his nature magic would be able to detect it. Even if he couldn't see it with his eyes, it was enough to rely on his perception of life aura. While controlling the vines to rush into the icy mist, he chanted the incantation of his nature domain. Nature magic indeed had its own characteristics. In particular, its ability to detect life was incomparable to that of other types of magic. As soon as the vines entered the icy mist, they immediately locked onto Bing Yin's position and rushed towards Bing Yin in a frenzy. However, at this moment, it suddenly snowed on the stage. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers surged out of the icy mist. Those weren't ordinary snowflakes. Every snowflake was like a sharp blade floating in the air. No matter how tough the vines were, they were still silk. The spinning snowflakes surged in the icy mist. When the snowflakes came into contact with the green vines immediately scattered to the ground. Mu Rong's heart ached. The vine staff was his treasure. With this staff, he had defeated many opponents of similar strength. How could he not feel heartache when he saw it being destroyed in the snowflakes? However, he didn't stop his actions. After all, the dark green gem at the core of the vine staff was still there. As long as it was there, it wouldn't be difficult to create a new vine staff. Now, the most important thing was to win this match. The snowflakes floating in the air spun rapidly. A snowstorm was gradually forming. Mu Rong recited an incantation as he retreated. His goal was simple. As long as he could delay until the nature domain was cast, he would succeed. Bing Yin slowly walked out of the icy mist. The snowstorm spun around her body. A faint cold light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Mu Rong. She didn't attack. Mu Rong looked at Bing Yin with some surprise. At this moment, his magic was finally completed. The dark green pearl floated to the ground, and the green light disappeared into the ground. Qianhuan Bingyin said indifferently, "If I don't let you use your proudest magic, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied with your loss. I want you to understand that the nature domain is ineffective in this world of ice." Mu Rong snorted coldly. "Is it really ineffective? My seed of life can change any side effect. Rise, my nature domain." The ground began to tremble. The seed of life sprouted in the ground. The scene from the first day of the tournament appeared once again. Countless green lights floated out, wrapping around every corner of the stage. At this moment, Bing Yun moved. A blue hexagram rose up from her legs, instantly filling the air around her. The temperature on the stage rapidly dropped, and the originally rapidly growing branches suddenly slowed down. Frozen Cloud placed her palms in front of her chest, her fingertips touching each other. A blue orb of light gradually grew larger, gradually condensing into a ball of light. Below the stage, Nian Bing said in surprise, "Level 8 Ice Magic Absolute Freeze. No wonder she's so fearless." Absolute Freeze was an ice magic that was neither offensive nor defensive. It was used for short distance, flying like a snowstorm. This Absolute Freeze spell was usually used to make ice mages flustered when crossing an insurmountable chasm. Under the control of spiritual force, it could condense a section of space into ice and then pass through the surface of the ice. The greatest advantage of this spell was its extreme cold. However, due to the limited range and the large amount of mana required, ice mages rarely used it. The blue ball of light floated into the ground, and the ground of the stage was instantly filled with a faint blue light. Even the branches that were sticking out of the ground froze in an instant. At this moment, the blizzard moved. The frozen branches were cleansed by the blizzard, turning into ice powder that floated on the stage. The entire stage was filled with a layer of ice fog. Mu Rong stared at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. The nature domain he was so proud of was broken just like that, although he could still feel the presence of the seed of life under the suppression of absolute freeze. Unless the ice magic was removed, the nature domain wouldn't be able to display its true power. The snowstorm floated in front of Mu Rong and stopped. Bing Yin calmly said, "You should admit defeat." Mu Rong stared blankly at the snowstorm in front of him. His mana hadn't been completely depleted, and he still had the power to fight back. However, would the snowstorm in front of him give him time to chant a spell? Bing Yun frowned slightly. She didn't wait any longer. The snowstorm rushed forward, wrapped around Mu Rong's body, and sent him off the stage. The fire cloud barrier could only defend against magic. The snowstorm disappeared under the fire cloud barrier's filter, but Mu Rong's body also fell off the stage. The first match. It ended so quickly. Bing Yun calmly won the third match. At this point, her group matches were completely over. She sat firmly in the first place of the first group. Rong Bing nudged Nian Bing and whispered, "See, in front of ice and fire magic, nature magic is greatly restricted." Nian Bing nodded slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. She glanced at Mu Jing. Mu Jing frowned slightly. Looking at her dazed brother, a trace of disdain appeared in her eyes. Qianhuan Bingyun walked down from the stage. Her cold blue eyes fell on Nian Bing. Nian Bing's eyes met hers. Bingyun nodded at him, then turned around and walked to her own group. Nian Bing was a bit surprised. When Bingyun looked at him, there was a trace of friendliness in her cold eyes. The people of the Ice God Tower were friendly to him? Oh, right. After all, both of them represented the Ice Moon Empire. Could it be that she was encouraging him to get the first place of the second group? The second match of the third day, the first group of the second group against the fifth group of the second group. Please come on stage. As Rong Fei announced, Nian Bing and Mu Jing went on stage at the same time. Mu Jing was not affected by her brother's defeat. She looked at Nian Bing and curled her lips. "Are you planning to kill me today?" Nian Bing was stunned. He subconsciously swept his gaze across the audience. He realized that other than Bing Yun and Rong Bing, the other contestants were looking at him strangely. He immediately understood that they were resisting him because of his ruthlessness in the first match. After communicating with Feng Nu, the coldness in his heart had eased a lot. He smiled calmly and asked, "If I kill you, will your brother rush up?" "You." Mu Jing's eyes were filled with anger. "Do you think I'm the same as those two pieces of trash from that day?" Nian Bing pretended to be surprised. "Didn't you see how your brother lost? How much stronger can you be compared to him?" Mu Jing said disdainfully, "Then who do you think you are? Don't tell me you're also from the Ice God Tower?" Rong Fei looked at Nian Bing and then looked at Mu Jing. He said unhappily, "Are you two here to compete or to chat?" Mu Jing said, "If you don't announce the start of the match, how can we compete?" Rong Fei snorted and said, "Okay, the match starts now." After saying that, he walked to the edge of the stage. Upon hearing the words "start of the match," Mu Jing seemed to have changed into a different person. Her dark green hair fluttered without wind, and her face became abnormally calm. The breath of life was naturally emitted, and a faint green light surrounded her body like ripples of water. Nian Bing also moved. She stretched out her hands and drew a triangle in front of her. The blue and red lights intertwined to form a strange hexagram. Ice, you are the representation of cold. Fire, you are the source of heat. The breath of ice and fire. Please allow me to combine your characteristics. With your common source as a guide, resonate. Blue on the left and red on the right. Two rays of light rose from both sides of Nian Bing's body. He had finally used the origin of ice and fire that he was most proud of. The two magical elements of ice and fire continuously gathered around his body. At this moment, he could use the origin of ice and fire to make all kinds of changes in his magic. He chose to remain still when it came to natural magic that he was unfamiliar with. Mu Jing's eyes completely turned into two balls of green light. Her body floated up from the stage. Although she was only about a foot above the ground, she was now like a goddess from nature. Her whole body was filled with a strange breath. Below the stage, Murong muttered to himself, "Brat, just wait for your death. My sister is the innate earth daughter. She is not someone you can deal with." When Nian Bing finished his incantation, Mu Jing's separated hands were already clasped in front of her. Rays of green light were emitted from her body. Suddenly, the light in her eyes brightened. Dozens of vines as thick as arms rushed towards Nian Bing. The vines' position was very clever. Not only did they attack Nian Bing, they also blocked all his escape routes. So fast, Nian Bing was slightly surprised. With a flip of his hands, He directly condensed dozens of low-level ice and fireballs to meet the vines. With a loud bang, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Every time, countless green fragments were brought up. The explosive power of the ice and fireballs destroyed the vines one by one. Nian Bing was forced back several steps by the shock waves from the explosions. However, he discovered that Mu Jing was still floating in the air. When the shock waves reached her body, they were all dissolved by the layer of green light. Nian Bing knew that he could not wait any longer. With a flash of light, the proud heaven blade appeared in his hand. His arm instantly turned into an illusion. The proud heaven blade's wind blade technique transformed into dozens of wind blades that floated out. They attacked Mu Jing from different angles. At the same time, Nian Bing channeled the power of ice and fire into the proud heaven blade. Naturally, a soft hum appeared. Mu Jing did not pay any attention to the wind blades. Because her eyes had already turned into two balls of green light, it was impossible to see her expression. Her hands that were clasped in front of her chest did not change. However, countless vines and vines began to drill out from the ground behind her. They continuously condensed and intertwined. When the wind blades came into contact with the green light, just like the previous shock waves, they disappeared without a sound. The disappearance of the wind blades did not surprise Nian Bing too much. What surprised him was the vines and plants that were continuously growing behind Mu Jing's back. That was clearly the nature domain that Mu Rong had used before. However, Mu Jing did not chant any incantations. How could a spell that was at least at the 7th rank be used so easily? Mu Jing opened her mouth. Water, fire, earth, and wind all originate from nature. In my Gaia domain, these are all ineffective. Unless you use a spell that is at least 2 ranks higher than my Gaia domain, there is no way you can break my domain. However, my Gaia domain is a spell at the 8th rank. Do you have the strength of an archmage? Even if you do, I will not give you the chance to chant an incantation. Although I don't know why you can use ice, fire, and wind magic. I admire your magic ability. If you admit defeat now, I will let you live. If it weren't for your ice and fire elemental magic, I wouldn't have used my domain so early. This was originally reserved for 1,000 illusion ice cloud. Below the stage, Bing Yan's eyes exploded with 2 balls of light. She muttered to herself, Gaia domain is an innate domain. Rong Bing, who was standing beside Bing Yan, could not help but tremble when he heard her words. He subconsciously asked, Does an innate domain really exist? Bing Yan glanced at Rong Bing. She did not speak and only nodded slightly. On the stage, Nian Bing looked at Mu Jing and said somewhat strangely, You won't kill me? Don't you want to avenge your subordinates? Mu Jing smiled indifferently and said, I don't know if you are smart or stupid. Since you have seen my Gaia domain, do you think that your ice and fire magic can still kill a sea? You are underestimating me too much. Nian Bing frowned slightly and said, So that's how it is. However, there is one thing I hope you can understand. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. If you want to win this match, then make your move. Mu Jing's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, stubborn. Since that is the case, then fine. A green light flashed, and her graceful body retreated into the layers of vines behind her. The vines quickly changed and condensed into a 5-zhang tall green giant. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. Even though he had a very high estimation of Mu Jing's strength before the competition, the strength that Mu Jing had displayed had still far exceeded his expectations. This domain that could be created naturally without chanting an incantation was definitely not easy to deal with. The Hulk moved. His huge foot stomped hard on the stage, making a roaring sound. His thick arms waved at the same time, and hundreds of vines shot out. They attacked Nian Bing. Under the effect of ice and fire, the wind blades were amplified to the 3rd level, like flowers blooming to meet the Hulk's attack. However, Ling Nianbing was shocked. At this time, the vines were no longer the same as before. The wind blades could only leave faint traces on the vines, but they could not stop the crazy attack. At the critical moment, real combat experience saved Nianbing. A silver hexagram appeared around his body. Light flashed. The place where he was originally standing issued a dense roar. Mu Jing's surprised voice sounded. "You really surprised me." Spatial magic. Nianbing did not have time to answer at this time. He couldn't care less about hiding anything. He bit the hilt of the 4-star saber and quickly put away the proud heaven saber. In an instant, red and blue light filled the stage. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god finally appeared. Cries of surprise could be heard from both the stage and the audience. Rong Fei, Rong Ji, Bingyan, and the others were the ones who cried out in surprise. Although it was only for an instant, they all recognized the aura of the ice goddess stone and the fire god stone. Prince Rong, who was sitting next to Emperor Hua Tian, frowned. He whispered, "It's actually a magician with an innate domain." The Hulk's reaction was very fast. Countless green lights covered the sky and rushed towards Nianbing, relying on the short-distance teleportation ability of the 4-star saber. Eternal ice soul, infernal demonic flames, I summon you as the master of the same origin of ice and fire. Turn into solidified ice and solidified fire. Merge in the extreme. Release in the surging, steady ice. Raging fire, with your common origin as the foundation. Turn into an unchanging force of destruction. Destroy all life. The ice and fire demonic tribulation has been broken. Nianbing didn't stop chanting. She relied on the ever-changing 6 lights. His figure constantly flashed between the gaps of the vines. Even if the vines covered the entire stage, it was impossible for there to be no gaps. Nianbing was looking for opportunities between the gaps. Almost every time he chanted a word or two, his body would need to use short-distance teleportation to change his position. However, he could not change his position. His voice was always low as he continued to chant the spell. Pum! When Nianbing finished chanting the last word, his movements became sluggish. He was suddenly struck by a vine, his body tumbling in the air. However, Nianbing's face revealed a trace of a smile. After all, the spell was completed. The thick vines did not let go of this opportunity. Nianbing's body was wrapped around like a huge dumpling. Only the red and blue hexagram remained. Mu Jing, who was hidden in the Gaia domain, suddenly felt a sense of unease. Under her control, the Hulk's huge fists immediately smashed towards Nianbing's body. However, at this moment, no one could stop the legendary magician of the same origin of ice and fire from unleashing his might. The red and blue hexagram suddenly became incomparably dazzling. The vines that wrapped around Nianbing's body lit up with 2 dazzling stars, one blue and one red. The ice came from the outside in, while the fire came from the inside out. Although the Gaia domain could devour all natural energy, it could not adapt to the collision of 2 extreme energies. Nianbing's body, which was lifted high in the air, floated down, just in time to avoid the Hulk's fatal blow. The red flames turned into condensed, demonic flames. The blue light also fluctuated like flames. The red and blue flames revolved around Nianbing's body and rose up. Although their auras were completely opposite, although their energies were completely opposite, at this moment, under the effect of the hexagram of the same origin of ice and fire under Nianbing's feet, they appeared to be so harmonious. Nianbing held the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god in his hands, facing the ice goddess stone and the fire god stone outwards. A strange scene happened. His eyes turned red and blue. He roared towards the sky, and the aura of ice and fire actually repelled the vines that came after him. If Mu Jing represented the Gaia goddess, who symbolized nature and life, then Nianbing represented the demon god who destroyed everything. He was roaring, he was roaring. Release! Demonic tribulation of ice and fire is broken. Tornadoes aren't necessarily formed by wind. Ice and fire fuse together to form an incredibly dazzling landscape. Leading the way was the red and blue light, and leading the way was an incredibly domineering aura. They gathered together to form a gigantic ice and fire tornado that was almost 5 feet in diameter. With the two supreme gray gemstones as the starting point, and Nian Bing's ice and fire as the trigger, it erupted. Their target was the Hulk's chest. Everyone's eyes focused at this moment. Even Prince Rong did not expect this. In such a disadvantageous situation, Nian Bing was still able to release such a powerful magic. What he used was not a combination of ice and fire magic, but true ice and fire magic. Even the incantation was not something that ice or fire magic had. Prince Rong thought of the guidance he gave to Nian Bing. His eyes suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. He thought to himself, "This kid understands really fast." Boom! In the violent explosion, the fire cloud barrier formed by 100 great magicians trembled violently. The magicians had no choice but to cast a spell to stabilize the barrier. On the stage, the incomparably huge Hulk's body completely stopped, and Nian Bing's ice flame demon tribulation seemed to have merged with his body and disappeared. Nian Bing stood on the ground. His mind was dizzy. The 23 times he went to the toilet still had a big impact on his body. At this time, after using such a powerful magic, the consumption of his spiritual power and physical strength was somewhat unbearable. But he knew that he could not relax yet, so he took in deep breaths. At the same time, he gathered his magical power. The Hulk's body seemed to have solidified, standing there motionless. The vines that made up his body at this time were more like rocks, and his body stood there silently. "No, this is impossible. You can't break my Earth Goddess domain." Mu Jing's voice sounded from all directions on the stage. Her voice was full of unwillingness. At this time, cracks began to appear on the Hulk's chest. The cracks continued to extend and widen, and the countless cracks had spread to every corner of the Hulk's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 2 words emerged in everyone's mind: collapse. Red and blue light swirled around Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing cautiously watched the solidified Hulk, quickly gathered the magical power in his body, and at the same time withdrew his 4 stars blade. The cracks that continued to appear on the Hulk's body gradually lit up. It was a red and blue luster. Cracking sounds gradually sounded, and the Hulk's body began to peel off, turning into a fine powder that drifted down. Boom! The fire barrier once again shook violently. The whole Hulk completely collapsed in an instant, and the originally powerful life force on the stage was overturned. Everything returned to normal. Mu Jing's face was somewhat pale as she appeared 70 feet in front of Nian Bing, her eyes full of unwillingness. "How did you do it?" "My Earth Goddess domain can clearly devour all the energy you emit." Nian Bing smiled indifferently. "Yes, your domain is very magical. Any magical element that belongs to the aura of nature will be devoured by it. But you said before that if my attack can surpass your domain by more than 2 levels, I can completely destroy it." "Of course, I still don't have the strength of an archmage, and if I release a single spell, I can only release an 8th level attack. But although your magic is magical, my ice and fire magic has its own characteristics. Perhaps you should feel honored that this is the first time I have used the Ice Demon Tribulation spell since I developed it. This is a fusion spell based on ice and fire, and the power it can release has reached the 9th level of the limit of an archmage. Ice and fire, when released alone, belong to the domain of nature magic, but the ice and fire magic has exceeded this domain. 2 types of extreme energy appeared at the same time. The cold of ice and the scorching of fire burst out at the same time, invading your Earth Goddess domain. Although the power is not at the 10th level, the destructive power of the aura of nature is comparable to that of the 10th level. So your domain is finished. Are you satisfied with this detail?" Mu Jing's pretty face showed a trace of a bitter smile, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and said miserably, "Good, good, ice and fire magic, an extreme collision, I have lost." Goddess Gaia's domain is one with the wood crystal. Now that her domain has been broken, whether it's her spiritual power or her body, she's been seriously injured. Although she still has her magic power, she no longer has the ability to use it in battle. Nian Bing's face showed a trace of a sincere smile. Mu Jing's strength had gained his respect. Frankly speaking, I won this match by a narrow margin. After all, this is a competition stage, and there is a boundary formed by the fire cloud cover, so your Earth Goddess domain is unable to display its full power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to break it. Moreover, you didn't directly attack me from the start. If my guess is correct, in the Earth Goddess domain, you can display your nature magic to the limit. If that's the case, it's hard to say who will win between us. A trace of surprise appeared in Mu Jing's eyes. The Nian Bing in front of her didn't seem so annoying. She glanced at the ice and fire dual blades in his hands and said, "I think we will still have a chance. Goodbye. When we get there, we will determine the winner. I am not a sore loser. You can use 4 types of magic, so the Earth Goddess domain can't completely control you. If we go all out, we will only have a 50% chance." Nian Bing nodded subconsciously. He was very interested in Mu Jing's strange domain, but now that the match was over, he didn't dare to ask too much. Rong Fei had already walked to the center of the competition stage. "Do you still want to continue the match?" Although he asked, his eyes fell on the Zhangyang blade in Nian Bing's hands. Mu Jing shook her head and said, "I admit defeat. Nian Bing, I can't move now. Can I trouble you to help me down?" Nian Bing didn't even look at Rong Fei. He put the blade in his space ring and walked in front of Mu Jing. He didn't reach out to help Mu Jing. The ice and fire hexagram under his feet lit up, and he muttered a low incantation. With a flip of his left wrist, a huge, holy brilliance blade appeared in his hand. He raised his other hand and pressed it in front of Mu Jing. "Bastard, what are you doing?" Mu Rong thought that Nian Bing was going to kill Mu Jing, so he quickly ran to the competition stage. However, he was a magician. How could he run faster than Nian Bing? Mu Jing looked at Nian Bing in surprise. All kinds of complicated thoughts flashed through her mind. At this moment, a faint golden light condensed in Nian Bing's hand. The holy brilliance blade emitted a dazzling light. Through the ice and fire hexagram, it continuously transferred the aura of light into Nian Bing's body. The faint golden light enveloped Mu Rong's body when Mu Jing stepped onto the competition stage.